Why did Red take you on? This is Destroy America, dear County Riders, and we are going to give these terrorists democracy. Terrorists, terrorists, terrorists.
Sit down. Keep your eyes on the board. The ink is red because the history is bored of your fairy tales and your plastic freedom stand. Today, we count the scars on a stolen land. Take it back to 53, Operation Ajax. But the coup crushed the roots, covering the fake tracks. Then the Velvet January schemes, ripping at the seams, burning down the dreams, leaving nothing but the screams. Sat around the table, brought the olive branch to you. From the early nuclear talks to the pact you tore into, even down in Muscat. Diplomatic talks were bred, you shook our hands, stabbed our backs, left the treaties dead. Point the finger at us, man, check the creator. Built up ISIS, Al-Qaeda, blame the dictator. Fought the terror in the dirt, let them make it cease. And you assassinate the men who brought the region peace. Targeting Hashkaz and aiming straight at Common A. Think you are the saviors? You're the villains of the day. War crimes are a habit, just a standard routine. Flight 655 blown right out the screen, down to the Ghazamin Ab. Innocence is torn apart. Why you paint your face pure with a blackened heart? Blackened heart, blackened heart, blackened heart.
1, 2, tell us the truth.
You stole the peace and you targeted youth.
3, 4, nothing but war.
We don't believe in your lies anymore.
5, 6, the system is bust.
They don't really care about us.
Hand in hand, we stand our ground.
A million voices, a single sound. Listen close to the alphabet of the crimes they plan. The ABC of the sanctions on our holy land. A is for the assets, billions stolen from the vault, starving out the innocent and saying it's our fault. B is for the butterfly kids suffering in pain, sanctioning the medicine for political gain. C is for the channels, 200 faking facts, funding propaganda just to cover up your tracks. D is for the humanized, treating us like dirt, labeling us monsters just to justify the hurt. These are bullets with no sound, hitting civilians directly. You choked out the science, the banks bleeding the economy, funded by dollars to keep us divided and trapped in the dark. You build up a wall so truth-seeking Americans miss the mark, cause it was never about rights, never about care, only about the oil and the power in the air. Israel first, grab the land, hold the crown, push the rest of the Middle East deep underground.
1, 2, tell us the truth.
You stole the peace and you targeted youth.
3, 4, nothing but war.
We don't believe in your lies anymore.
5, 6, the system is bust.
They don't really care about us.
Hand in hand, we stand our ground.
A million voices, a single sound. A million voices, a single sound. You call it foreign policy. We call it a crime scene. Class dismissed, now go rewrite your textbooks.
It's the Homeless Left with Matt Weinglass and co-host Jay Scott.
Episode 189. This won't end well.
With special guest
Professor Danny Shaw.
and all new top censored news of the week. And here's your host, Matt Weinglass.
Here we are. Okay. Welcome, everyone, to the Homeless Left, a non-tribal approach to news network, a non-tribal approach to life. That's why we're here, not just to give you guys the day-to-day happenings locally, nationally, internationally. We're connecting dots for you guys, for ourselves, for all of our people in our communities, so we can have a better way that we can look at the world as these insane things come at us on our little tiny screens that we're scrolling through every day. And the algorithms are in place to give us the stuff they think we want, or they want us to want. The idea that we're making our own decisions as we stay in our little camps and we're coming up with our own ideas is getting harder and harder to hold on to that concept, especially when they tell us out loud their objective is to numb our minds. Their objective is to control our minds. They tell us this. We were just on Garland Nixon's show yesterday. He pulled up the exact website coming from we know this comes from Israel and ADL and all that stuff, where they capture the legislation, tell us the things that we think about that are dangerous to the state narrative. We're the ones that are in trouble. We're the ones that get these platforms. But he pulled up the website of NATO. NATO is also telling us this. They're saying they're using our minds as weapons. That's what they're doing. It's literally on their website that it's the race to get control of the information and the techniques they use to control us as we're scrolling through our feeds, which is being more and more personalized with the help of the technology they use against us. So we have to then use this technology against them. And this battle gets harder and harder as we go further along. And that's why it feels like every day there is more and more and more stuff to just shuffle through, swim through. It exhausts us. It makes us want to just throw in the towel, throw our hands in the air and say, the hell with it. That's also part of the strategy of controlling us. It's wearing us down. So how do we fight back against that? Well, the first thing we got to do, the very first thing, you guys know that watched our show, and welcome everyone, regular viewers that come here all the time. You know what I'm about to say. If you're just discovering us now, buckle up, because I'm going to tell you guys the harsh truth. The harsh truth is you got to get out of your tribe. You got to get out of your team politics. Get out of our guys are the good guys. Your guys are the bad guys. We have to beat you. The next election, we're going to beat you. We have to be done with that. That's done with, because the more we stay in that mindset that there's people fighting for us on our team and the objective is to beat the other team, then we're completely useless. And not to mention, we've given our loyalty to a thing. It's the way tribes work. You give your loyalty for no matter what. You don't ask questions about it. You give them. So when the candidate they tell you to vote for, your job, according to them, according to their bylaws, your job is to give them your loyalty right off the bat and no questions asked, because they need the numbers, they need the support, and the support is the most important thing, not you asking questions. That's not important. So the support gives them the numbers, gives them the credibility, the money. Don't forget the money, the donations. Are you guys sick of that? Are you guys sick of scrolling through your internet feed and then you get these text messages that pop up and they say, give us money? We're almost right. We're going to beat them. We promise you this time we're this close to beating the bad guys. We're so close. Just give us $5, $10 more. Are you guys sick of that? We're sick of that. Yeah, no more of that. We're done. You ignore that, block it. If you have the time and patience, send a funny reply. Tell them exactly why they're wasting their time with you, or just ignore it. But we're done with this stuff. We're now in a position where we have no choice but to align with people that have the same concerns we have. Align with people even if we don't agree with the ideology. That's not important anymore. What's important is that we have the same people we're fighting, and it's not our neighbor. The people we're fighting are the ones that have been controlling the narrative, as you guys saw in the opening, the narrative that's been fed to us through our education system. We need to unlearn this stuff. We need to unlearn this and understand that it's not a mistake that we learned about our history incorrectly. It's not a mistake that we were pitted against the other. The terrorism, the war on terror is not a mistake. It was on purpose. So they're going to do it again, and they do. The war on terror, the war on COVID, Putin's going to take over the world. But Netanyahu gets standing ovations every time he comes to the White House. Every time. Even the AI version gets standing ovations. So we're done with that game. But anyways, I want to give a shout out to the first the opening. That was and you guys know we've been championing these Lego videos. That opening that was from Explosive Media, and it's called Nothing But War. And that one, did you guys catch the Michael Jackson reference in that one? Did you see it? That gave me chills. That gave me chills. Seriously. That all I got to say is they don't really care about us. And you saw the MJ. Pretty powerful stuff. Pretty powerful stuff on the tombstone. I mean, wow. But yeah, we're waking up now. Our eyes are open. You can't unsee what you saw behind the curtain. Once the curtain is raised and you had a look behind, you can't unsee it. So here we are, guys. Let's keep raising up curtains and keep looking back. And by the way, let's do more than just look and call it out. Let's do something about it. Let's mobilize. Let's get angry. Let's get loud. And we have a lot of stuff we're going to get to today that includes certainly people getting loud and not just sitting at home, just scrolling and being angry, but doing something about it. So we have people that we're going to be speaking with today. We have Jay Scott coming on. We're going to be talking about a lot of stuff today. We're going to be updating on Ukraine. The end of the Ukraine project might be close. But everything as far as what won't end well, it's all this other stuff that won't end well. What's going on in Iran isn't going to end well. We know that Cuba is next up on the, I guess you would say on the docket, Lindsey Graham's hit list. And so we'll be discussing Cuba again with boots on the ground. Professor Danny Shaw, back on the show, back from Cuba, is going to tell us exactly what's happening on the ground there right now, as they have completely ran out of oil and energy, completely gone. And that's on purpose. That's because we did that to them with our blockade. And you guys know that story. Okay, so a lot of other stuff to do today. We're gonna do more on the hantavirus, more of the lies, seeing this stuff before it happens, calling it out in real time. We're not going to wait and do it a couple years later. We're doing it now in real time as it's happening. And we also have a top censored news of the week. We're going to do that later in the show. Couple other stuff. Oh yeah, the China trip, of course, the Trump's China trip, total embarrassment, but also a wake-up call to what's really happening with our relationships internationally, particularly with one of our greatest enemies, which no longer is an enemy, apparently, all of a sudden, when we need something from them. Okay, we'll get into that one as well. So let me just make sure we're all lined up here. Yes. I think we might be having some, these algorithms really blocking us today. We've been looking at it. We've been trying to figure out the patterns. It's interesting, the patterns on YouTube, and you guys know how it's worked for us on YouTube, that we had our original channel taken off. No longer, not just in timeout, it's gone. Like the channel doesn't exist anymore. So we had to start a new channel. If you don't know, now you know. It's THL Presents on YouTube. Our main channel on Rumble, that one hasn't been taking off, has not been taken down. But the reason they keep it up is because of the surveillance state. And it's actually probably smarter for them not to take the channel down, because then they can keep track of everything we're doing and keep us in a big database. Well, where are they going to keep all that stuff? I mean, that's a lot of information to keep on people. What could you do about that? Oh, I know. Why don't they just build a bunch of AI data centers all over the damn country? And then they can hold all of our data. And I guess they have already decided to do that. So that's happening. We've been covering that story as well the last few weeks. So without further ado, let's get started. The first story, we're gonna do this. Let's do with the first story. We're gonna call it breaking news, even though we found out about this yesterday. But we'll just for shits and giggles, we'll call this some breaking news here. Here we go. We have some breaking news coming in from Fox News last night. Let's take a look at this one. CIA raids Tulsi Gabbard's office, seizes JFK and MKUltra files. It seems that this has been exposed by a whistleblower who told us exactly what happened. And so let's take a look at the report from Fox, and then we'll look a little closer at the story after their report. Here we go.
John, the CIA just raided Tulsi Gabbard's office. Agents hauled out dozens of boxes, files on the JFK assassination and MKUltra, the CIA mind control operation, which she was in the process of declassifying. Today's whistleblower said it during his deposition, and Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna confirmed it moments ago.
The reason why this is troubling is, A, there was an executive order that the president had directed the full declassification of JFK, but then also to the MKUltra files. The CIA famously has said that, all documents were released and other documents had been destroyed. So these are allegedly those documents that apparently never existed.
Can the CIA overrule the president?
I love how he laughs at that. Can the CIA? There's a lot of people, Jesse Waters, that can overrule the president. There's a long list of people that can do that. You should know better, but your narrative to your audience is that Trump can make all the decisions and he's in charge, and no greatest ally in the world is telling him what to do. Right, Jesse Waters. He's in charge of everything. So that would be weird if the CIA can just do whatever the F they want. And when we say CIA, we mean Mossad, right? We mean Mossad. And that's why the JFK files, we already knew all the Israel stuff was left out of there when the big release already happened. And we knew there was some other stuff that we weren't seeing. So how accurate is this story that this raid, did it just happen? It seems fairly recent. We don't have a time stamp on exactly when it happened, but we know that the whistleblower himself, his name, James Erdman, he has been part of the CIA for 20 plus years. And so he has a lot he's revealing in his testimony. Let's take a look at the clip of when he brings up this raid. And then we're going to see some reactions to that as well. Here we go. This is James Erdman, the official whistleblower on this story. Here it is.
CIA refused to provide information necessary to understand why analytical standards at the CIA were violated. The CIA illegally monitored the computer and phone usage of DIG personnel, their investigations, and contact with whistleblowers. These were Americans being spied upon illegally while executing duties directed by the president and under the authority of the Director of National Intelligence. One CIA contractor assisting with the DIG's investigation into the events that transpired between 2022 and 2023 was fired by the CIA one day after meeting with the DIG. When the DIG ceased operations, the CIA also took back 40 boxes of JFK files and MKUltra files being processed for declassification by DNI Gabbard.
So, and again, this is Fox is making this like Tulsi's the hero here, and I think a lot of people want to believe that she was just ready to put this whole thing out when suddenly there was a knock on the door. They came in and they grabbed everything, but she was working diligently around the clock to prepare these documents. So that seems to be Tulsi's the good guy here, but we haven't heard from her. And this is the thing: if you had these in your possession this whole time, where's the dialogue about it? Are you responding to this? That now that this is public knowledge, now that Fox did the coverage on it, is this something you're going to follow up on? Well, here's because we have questions about Tulsi, and she doesn't seem to be around when we need to hear from her. It seems to happen pretty regularly, like when we got when we went ahead and started the war in Iran, we didn't hear from Tulsi. So are we going to hear from her this time? Here's one part of the story here, which we can assume of this, but this seems to be what a lot of people are talking about here. Last Best Hope on Earth writes, they don't want you to connect these dots. No shit, right? The CIA didn't raid Tulsi Gabbard's office to hide dusty 1970s MKUltra files or old JFK docs. They raided it because she was hours from releasing proof that MKUltra never stopped. It just went digital. Well, another duh. And I'm not sold that she was hours from doing this. Not at all. But certainly MKUltra wouldn't just be stopped for no reason because they suddenly, the CIA and the Mossad just decided to grow a conscience somewhere in the 70s. The boxes they hauled out weren't archives. They were live target lists and modern control blueprints showing how the same program now runs the same way through. Okay, well, we suspected that. Are we ever going to get the exact proof about that? It's going to be hard when they literally took it. They seized all the documents and they're gone. And again, we haven't heard from Tulsi yet. Where is she? Is she going to say anything about this? So you guys are welcome to do what you probably should, or you probably know this if you've done it before, but just go to Wikipedia, check out what Wikipedia says about MKUltra, and then you know what they're not saying is the thing that we should probably already know. It's right here. You guys can check this out. They admit that it's a human experimentation program. They admit that the CIA developed this program using identified drugs that could be used to alter human behavior. So it's a bunch of experimentation on people without them knowing. Of course, this doesn't mention the Mossad. That's not in here. Of course, it's not. They go through the whole thing, but here is the key part. Second paragraph, Project MKUltra began in 1953 and was halted in 1973. It's not going to tell you why, but like we said, probably because everyone showed up to work one day in 1973 and said, you know what? Let's not do bad things anymore. Let's just stop this stuff. But wait, the technology is going to get even better. It's going to get even easier. You know how hard it is to do this in this decade? Think how much easier it's going to be to get away with this crap, years from now. They're like, no, that's moral conscience is more important. So it's gone. So of course we know this thing has never stopped, but we're always able, isn't it interesting? We're always able to look back at things and be more critical about our role in things. I'm not 100% critical. I'm not saying 100% critical. I'm saying we can at least have discussions, but it's because it's in the past. Drug companies were bad in the early 2000s. And then all of a sudden they got really good, really useful in 2020. So you see that, how that so we're doing this now. And I appreciate the people asking these questions. Even if they're still hero worshiping Tulsi, we haven't heard from her yet. But from our experience, it seems as if the people that are going to be making the most impact, like the whistleblower himself, who is no longer working a job of power, that seems to be a little more believable to me of somebody making a difference, somebody not in a position of power. That would be James Erdman III, who literally did the whistleblowing. How much whistleblowing can Tulsi actually do being in a position of power? I think we need to wait till after she's out of power to see if she has anything to say. So I wouldn't hold my breath on this. But big moment indeed. Fox News reporting on it the way they did. We are certainly interested in if Trump is even going to say anything about this at this point. But he's probably too busy with all his other murdering and blowing people up and doing what Netanyahu says. Okay, that's breaking news. We'll stay on this story for you guys. Okay. All right, guys, moving on here. Let's go ahead. Just want to get some stuff arranged here. Let's do yeah, guys, please put the like button, but also throw us a comment just so we know you're here. And it does help with the algorithm because we do get this shadow banning technique is in play. It's generally pretty harsh at the beginning of our broadcast. For whatever reason, notices are not going out right now. I know this because I have people tell me this, and I'm double checking and seeing. We used to get notices, hey, we're going live. Some of you guys might get those. That's great, but it seems the majority that used to go out are not going out. It's concerning because, again, on our second YouTube channel, we haven't had any warnings yet, but they're finding other ways to do what they did right in our face before. They would just tell us your content's too dangerous for the community. We're taking your channel down. That really happened. They're not doing that now. Why not? Maybe it's this keep doing your show so we can surveil you. But we're going to put another little element in play, which is we're not going to let people know that you're going live. Not only that, you might check your subscribe button itself and say, interesting. I thought I was subscribed to that channel. I thought I was subscribed to the Homeless Left, to THL. What happened? Well, that's another mechanism. So check the subscribe, make sure that is still clicked. Throw us a comment, a like, really goes a long way. Once we get rolling, we get rolling, and we've seen that before too. Once we can beat that, every time we can get up that hill, it's downhill from there. We can start getting getting noticed and seen, as we should, because what we're doing here is important, as we know you guys understand that that have been here and showing up, and we appreciate all you. With that said, let's get into we got some new stories to get into, China and a bunch of other stuff. Let's go ahead and bring in our co-host right now to help us out with these stories. Please welcome back to the show, Jay Scott.
What's going on, Matt? Happy Thursday. Sorry, I'm a few minutes late. Had a little bit of a personal situation to deal with earlier, but all good now. So, yeah. But not a fan of these algorithms, man. Like, you remember just like a month ago or two, we were up to 100,000 views on one episode, and they saw us gaining that momentum. Now they're trying to hold brother down. So, hopefully, they put us back. I don't know. How do we get back on the good algorithm, Matt? What do you think? Should we talk about how great Trump is for one story? Do you think that'll help?
That's a good idea. I think it's stuff we should. I think. You know what? Let's quick before we get to the China, because I want to do the China story. But just before we do that, I'm feeling like this, Jay. I'm feeling like, there are other people in our space, and we've had this discussion about certain topics that they don't cover, and we go, why don't you cover those topics? We're covering other ones, and we take risks all the time. Every time we mention Israel, right, we're taking a risk right there. They're like, you better be saying something good or else. But it's like there's certain stories. I think it might be the hantavirus. I think it might be that we started covering this thing immediately. I'm gonna take the credit. We caught on this immediately. And when I say immediately, I don't mean like I know people were doing the research and putting stuff out on Twitter. I mean like doing a podcast and having full segments about this. We started this last week when it wasn't popular at all. And I'm looking at some of our friends in the community that they cover Israel all the time, but I don't see them even mentioning this. And I'm wondering, maybe we shouldn't be so hard on them about it. Maybe we should understand. Maybe they understand the algorithm better than we do. They're like, hey, maybe we should, not make any conclusions.
If they're talking about Israel, they're already in trouble anyway, though. Like, because that's one of the main things that they're actually watching at the moment. So I'm not saying that we can get on the bad list, on the naughty list, for covering hantavirus, but they might as well, cover hantavirus too, because, this is all part of the system of control. So, yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's hope that they want to cover it. I mean, I know a lot of people in this space. I mean, before we had our show, I'm fully aware, and I know our viewers are aware that there are people that stayed away from COVID, and there are people that generally were very much aware of all the other stuff, the capture of the Democratic Party, the two-party duopoly, all the war stuff, the Ukraine stuff. They got everything right, but you're like, why are you not? And I've seen that. I'm like, that's weird, right? Like they didn't want to take a stance, or like, hey, we're all in this together. Let's wait until we know more information. I'm like, no, we're supposed to be on the forefront. We're supposed to be right there. We're supposed to be the first one shouting about, hey guys, we saw a pattern of stuff. You need to look at this. This don't check out. So I get a little like kind of saddens me, Jay, that like some people don't want to put that in their lexicon of things to be yelling about, and I don't know.
They're leaving the lane for us, man. That's like one way to think about it, and we'll be able to capitalize on it. So jokes aside, maybe we got to start doing some interventions, like what Jose Vega did, go viral for doing one or two of those, and maybe that'll give us a boost. So we'll figure it out. Don't worry.
We'll figure it out. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let's start with this first story. And the word is that this China trip has been kind of a disaster for Trump and his base. They're calling it a big embarrassment. We'll just put this right up. Trump's China trip is a total embarrassment for the U.S. But to tag on to that, we'll say it's also a big wake-up call to what is really happening with our relationships with these important entities around the planet that we've been using as a tool to rile up a base. And we know the MAGA base has been all riled up about China for the last 10 years. And all of a sudden, it's kiss their ass at all costs, and it must be very confusing if you're a MAGA and you have to figure out how to justify this. But let's see how this started. This is a 2-day trip, so he shows up there. This is right away. Global Insight Journal put this out. This is a diplomatic slap for Trump in Beijing. So Chinese President Xi Jinping did not attend the reception meaning when he arrived for the American counterpart at the airport. And his message was limited to sending his deputy and a number of other officials. A sharp Chinese message that elevates international protocol at the expense of geopolitical reality. This is what it looked like. You know, I saw the Fox people trying to maneuver this and say, "Oh, this is amazing." Did they not notice that Xi Jinping was not actually here, to greet him? It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, normally this would be a pretty big thing because you would think the president of the most powerful country in the world would deserve, like a welcome from you. But I think China is doing this on purpose just to put out there, listen, don't forget, you are coming to me. Like, you guys have to come to us. You don't see Xi flying to America to meet with Trump. So maybe this is to rub that in a little bit. But, granted, I do want to make sure, we cover both sides of that. Apparently in China, it's not really customary for Xi himself to go meet foreign dignitaries at the airport. And they usually do send other people for that. But you would think with America, the president of America coming, that they would still, make an effort to go there, and meet with him when this happens. So, one thing I can say is that I did see a video earlier today of Xi and Trump walking side by side, with some Chinese school children on the side, and they made the Chinese school children cheer for Trump. So that was pretty funny. I was thinking to myself, this guy knows how to manipulate Trump. If you make him feel good, if you make him feel like people are worshiping him, he'll tell you whatever you want to hear. So, they did try to flatter him a little bit.
For sure. Well, here's another assessment of what we've been witnessing from New Direction Africa. They told the whole world to avoid China, decouple, de-risk sanctions, tariffs, right? All of this. This is the part of the Trump mantra. This is the Maha mantra. MAGA, war rhetoric. Then 12 U.S. capitalists flew to Beijing to beg the Communist Party for deals. That included Elon Musk, top CEOs, Trump himself, all in China, smiling, shaking hands, asking for business. The same politicians who call China an evil empire are now standing in Beijing with their hands out. That's right. So they told Africa to stay away from China. They told Europe to cut ties. They told everybody China is a threat, but when their economy is burning, when their factories are shutting, when their own system is failing, where do they run? Beijing. They do not believe their own lies. They just want you to. Hypocrisy has no borders, but neither does desperation. I like that last little thing. And so, yeah, here's the visual, the meaning. And I'm not a body language expert, but just these little subtleties. It does seem like Xi Jinping is in a little bit more of a power position here. I don't know. I might be reading into it. I don't know, Jay, if there's anything from this or if this is just
Trump looks like he's trying to pull Xi Jinping in, and Xi Jinping is just standing, keeping his distance on the side. So that's kind of what it looks like at the moment. So yeah, you're right. I think you're onto something.
Yeah, well, let's get to when Trump actually opens his mouth. And what is he talking about? What is he saying? What does he want everyone to know? So he's going to double down on how giddy he is about being in front of his favorite person in the world now, apparently.
Well, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be with a friend of mine, really for a long time now, if you think about it. The very, very distinguished and respected president of China. And we will be having some discussions. I think we've already agreed to a lot of things, and we'll agree to some more right now. But President Xi is a great leader of a great country, and I think we're going to have a fantastic relationship for a long period of time. And it's an honor to have you with us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And he does it again just a little bit later. Just wants to let everyone know, just to be clear, absolutely clear, this guy's like my best BFF forever.
Such respect for China, the job you've done. You're a great leader. I say it to everybody. You're a great leader. Sometimes people don't like me saying it, but I say it anyway because it's true. I only say the truth.
He never lies, man. He only says the truth, Matt. If you ever thought he lied, it's you who
Oh yeah.
has the problem, not him. But he never talks about some of the differences between China and America. Like, did you know in China the home ownership rate is something ridiculous? It's like I know it's above 80%. It might even be above like 90% over there. So they really don't have like a homelessness problem over there. And
No.
they're a far poorer country than us, like on a per capita basis. So the fact that they've solved that problem, and their infrastructure is so much more advanced than ours, like in their cities, it really does say a lot. We've fallen so far behind that I think most Americans don't realize how far we are behind.
Yeah.
So, and
Well, I'll bring.
of course,
Yeah.
universal health care. Now, Mexico has it, Canada has it, China has it. Everyone can get universal health care but us. So,
Well, I mean, because obviously that's a communist policy, Jay, and that's anti-American to give people stuff. That
I forgot
yeah.
Canada's communist, the UK is
Yeah,
communist.
they're
They're
all
all
communist,
communist, I guess.
Yeah. So stay away with your radical lefty commie ideas there, Jay. We have to take care of the billionaire class. As we know, if they're happy, they'll trickle it down to the rest of us. Come on, Jay. Didn't you go to Reaganomics school? You know this. That's how it works. Come on.
They'll trickle it down in a warm golden single stream right on our faces. That's what they want to do. That's how they trickle all that stuff down to us. So
you're getting me
how
thirsty.
nice
That sounds amazing. All right, so this is, you shared this one with me. I want to talk us through this part. I kind of like this assessment here from Patriot Voice.
Yeah, so I'll read it and then we'll talk about it a bit. So this China trip is quite literally the red carpet and who's who of the NWO technocratic elite that are joining Trump. Particularly concerning is the inclusion of Larry Fink, currently the leader of the World Economic Forum and CEO of BlackRock. He is one of the main people responsible for the funding and expansion of AI surveillance data centers all over America. And fun fact, he's also the one who designed Trump's entire response to COVID. And that was on record. I'll never forget that. So the rest are large titans of business and commerce, all of which are somewhat involved in the implementation and rollout of the dystopian digital ID and biometric backed social credit system to come. The net worth of these individuals is over $11.5 trillion. Now, they are framing this as an opportunity to, quote unquote, open up China for business and trade. But is that what's really going on here? Xi didn't even greet Trump when Air Force One landed. That says a lot. It's also interesting to note that China has been hailed as the model society by the UN for NWO, Agenda 2030, to implement and imitate worldwide. How fitting to essentially bring all of these technocrats and CEOs on a field trip to see how said society should be implemented. It is logical to put two and two together. On Trump's first day back in office, he announced Project Stargate, a program with Larry Ellison and Sam Altman that pledges $500 billion toward the construction of data centers all over the country. At that point, it should have been abundantly obvious to anyone who was paying attention what is really happening.
I mean, that was right there. That was like day one. It was in the first 24 hours. And we were and all the MAGAs were like, no, that makes sense. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. There you go.
On day one, he said, hey, you know that thing everyone said I got wrong last time with the mRNA Operation Warp Speed? Let's go ahead and bring it back too. Like on top of that, I'm going to stand behind a guy that'll tell you we're going to use the same dangerous mRNA technology to solve the cancer that's being created by the shots we gave you last time. And don't worry, it'll work out great this time. Don't worry.
And then we'll also reward Larry Ellison with all of the multimedia companies and the studios in Hollywood. And he also gets TikTok and he gets CVS and he gets everything. Oh, wow. That's what a great deal to do on day one. Really sending a message to your base, Trump. So it's funny, like that there's people that didn't know that then, but maybe now they can see that something isn't so lining up here with the thing that they voted for. I don't know. I guess if you haven't figured it out now, maybe you never will, but
Yeah, I mean, some people are being intentionally blind as long as possible, but they'll only be able to do it for so long.
Yeah.
So we'll see. So, but just to continue on here, so since Trump's inauguration, we have seen a massive push of these centers, data centers, popping up all over America, and it's extremely concerning to say the least. There's been a lot of backlash and outcry from Americans who worry that these facilities are being used, of what these facilities are being used for, rightfully so. The truth is, they're being used to gather as much data about all of us as possible, medical, financial, personal, so that when the social credit system is turned on and mandated, we will be under the thumb of digital tyranny 24/7 with no escape. They want control and to dictate how we live our lives. Then comes the digital ID, which I believe will absolutely lead to the mark of the beast, and that will be necessary if you wish to participate in society or want to continue to do commerce in the quote unquote world to come. So based on what we know now about how Trump is leading the way for American technocracy by partnering with nightmarish companies like Palantir and making lists of Americans, it is reasonable to assume that the reason these people, all of them extremely powerful, yet unelected, are going with him is because they are plotting out our digital bondage to the beast system. Just today, King Charles announced at his direction that England will be moving forward with digital ID implementation a week after visiting the White House. That is not coincidence. It's planned coordination between the countries. We're being distracted with the Iran war and now hantavirus, while Agenda 2030 is moving along at warp speed. And that, I think, is an excellent take. It essentially mimics the sentiment, that I've been sharing with you, Matt. Like, I've said, I think we need to recognize the possibility that China has been playing good cop, like in the geopolitical sense, but I actually don't know, I wouldn't assume that they're good, overall, and they don't have any flaws just because of that. So, but yeah, I mean, they do have a form of social credit system over there. Now, I've heard mixed things on how much it's actually enforced and weaponized against people. In fact, I had an interview with Jose Vega back when I had a podcast back in the day, and Jose Vega had just come back from his trip to China, and he essentially said that he didn't really see evidence, of the social credit score system over there, and it didn't seem like it was impacting the public discourse. So I do think that it's a little bit overplayed in America about how influential it is. I do think people in China criticize their government all the time, but I do think the tools are in place to, shut off people's access, essentially, to it. I just don't think they use it terribly often. But I do think they have a framework in place that, I mean, we just read it, right? The UN wants to model their beast system after China. So that tells me that they have some elements of it in place already.
So we're gonna hear a clip of Xi Jinping, actually what he's saying in the meeting, what he's saying, with the translation, and then this spinning of Fox, and we're gonna get to that they have to keep this narrative with their audience, the MAGA base, that China is still this big threat, but we do want to do business with them, and of course all the scare, like you said, the social credit stuff and the AI stuff. Which, guess what? All you got to do is look at your own. You don't even have to go out of your own house. You can see that we have that happening here right now. So I don't get this. Let's put all the scare on China when we have the exact same surveillance state right here. But you could say it's worse. Yeah. Yeah.
But in fact, if you pull up the next tweet that I just popped into the document, I put this one in late. Yeah, it's directly relevant to what you mentioned just now, because if you look at how much data centers are in China versus America, like just like the military bases, if you take the next 10 people combined, we have more than them combined, right? So, like the tweet that I pulled this from, did, put this in perspective, right? It pointed out that we invest in that data centers the same way we invest in our prison system. Like, we build our prison system because we want to have a prison industrial complex here in America. And now we're investing tons of money into data centers because they want to expand that into a digital prison on top of the physical prisons they already have. So, you know, it's just another sign that as bad as we may think things are, you know, in China, because you do hear some of that propaganda about, you know, people not being allowed to criticize the government and them being surveilled all the time. We are definitely building a lot more infrastructure to do that type of dystopian surveillance. And even last episode, I pointed it out, you know, I think the plan is to especially start here in the Western Hemisphere. I think they want to use these data centers, not just to surveil Americans, but they want to include Canadians, Mexicans, and all of South America in that also. And that's part of the reason why we interfere so much in those countries' business. So,
well, since we're on this like fear game of who's trying to control their people more, this is right now, this is what Fox decides to put to their audience while they traveled to Beijing, and they want you to know how bad it is when you pull into a parking spot that is illegal, that you're going to get a $40 ticket for it, $40 US worth ticket. And they think that's, oh my God, that's crazy, man. I can't imagine a $40. Well, we get $100 tickets, $90 tickets here. So, but hey, let's see what happens.
Is watching. There are literally cameras everywhere in Beijing. We are outside the Haidian station, and I can count at least 20 on this corner. In fact, in Beijing, they've added 1,500 cameras just this year alone. They see everything. There's nobody jaywalking here because they could get a ticket right away. In fact, our driver parked illegally for 2 minutes, and he got a message on his phone that he got a ticket for about $40 US because they saw it on the camera. Now, there are real questions what the CCP's goal is about citizen tracking and social scoring. They say it's to make everybody feel safe. These cameras are watching every minute. They're everywhere. And while they're watching us here in China, we hope you continue to watch. Special report from Beijing.
It baffles me that this is the same play. This is Palantir. This is Oracle. This is you want to talk about counting cameras? You have it on your freaking iPhone, your smart TV.
Why don't they draw that connection, Matt? The flock systems, the flock cameras, we covered that before, didn't we? You remember that, right?
The Amazon, they say it's for something else, right? So they say it's for your pets. They say it's for something else, but it's really for this. So like this, he's just going through the entire playbook of what we already experienced here, and then to say $40 ticket as if that's some bit. You park for you can pull up. I'll tell you right now, in Beverly Hills, Westwood, Israelwood, or whatever you want to call it, you can literally pull right up to a red zone with your engine on, just because you want to check your phone. You don't want to get a cell phone ticket, and you will have a parking meter person on you less than 2 minutes. That'll happen within 30 seconds, and that ticket's going to be minimal $90. So don't tell me that I'm supposed to be afraid of China. Because you intentionally parked in a illegal spot for over 2 minutes and got a $40 parking ticket. I can't believe that that's what they're airing right now, which shows me that they're searching for the story when the story's right here. We have the story right here. We have Palantir right here. We have right. We're all in that super duper database. If you want to film an ICE raid, guess what? They got your face now, and you're not gonna be able to travel anymore. So like this is here, right?
Yeah. And, that is such a key point, right? Because what journalists are supposed to do is to give you the situation surrounding the facts. They should give you the facts, but they should also give you some relevant context to those facts too, right? So as you mentioned that, wouldn't it be at least good to point out, and we do have some concerns about whether or not America is heading in the same direction because of what we see from companies like Palantir, who happen to have gotten tons of contracts from the Trump administration as soon as Trump got into office. But you and I both know that's way too honest for them. They're not going to say that on their channel, but it's directly relevant. And, as much as people talk about how much China is a communist dictatorship and the people have no freedom over there, if you look at the number of people in the CCP and the number of people like, you know, at the top level there, it's in the thousands, right? And if you look at the number of billionaires that we have in America that control our system, the number of people with extreme power is actually larger in China than it is in America. We are controlled by a much smaller group of people over here than they are over there in China. So again, this isn't meant to be some China fluff piece. You know, it's not like I'm saying they don't do anything bad, but we just got to put things in perspective and recognize that even though we're supposed to have democracy, both parties take funds from the same people and work towards the same goals, the larger goals at the end of the day, even though they divide us on the culture war issues. So criticize China all you want, but remember, in my opinion, we're worse over here. Because in China, they didn't mandate mRNA shots to, you know, big chunks of their population. And we did that here in America. So, and I actually just had a conversation with someone here in Austin a few weeks ago who is Chinese. And, you know, a lot of people, when they come from places like China, Iran, or Cuba, they are like, they think those countries are all bad. Nothing good you can say about them. So she hated the CCP. But, you know, this was at like a Maha event. And when I pointed out, like, well, at least they didn't mandate mRNA shots in China, she just went quiet because she understood that I had a point on that. So never forget that, guys.
Yeah. Well, let's listen to what a clip of what Xi Jinping actually was saying during this meeting. And I think this is very telling. Well, depending on how you want to spin it, it's maybe not as telling, but let's hear it and take it for face value.
I always believe that our two countries have more common interests than differences. Success in one is an opportunity for the other, and a stable bilateral relationship is good for the world. China and the United States both stand to gain from cooperation and lose from confrontation. We should be partners, not rivals. We should help each other succeed and prosper together and find the right way for major countries to get along well with each other in the new era.
I mean, he's giving Trump a lesson in just basic, like, just professionalism and diplomacy and the things that we were told our country believes in, but we haven't, you know, exercised it in any way, shape, or form. And it didn't just start with Trump. This is Biden too. Biden was anti-diplomacy. He wouldn't talk with Putin at all. Like, so we know that that's just the way we behave. And you just look, Trump was forced to nod his head along with that. That's pretty telling. He's like, yeah, that makes sense. So what happens when you go back on Fox to try to get an assessment of what went down? Well, you want to listen to what Lindsey Graham had to say to the Fox audience about how Trump stuck it to Xi Jinping. Here it is.
I think you got to do two things at once. You try to build up the economic relationship, because over time that can change things. When you do business with people, you tend to look at them differently over time. But here's the problem. You name the allies of China, they're all dirtbags. They're aligned with the worst people in the world. They're buying oil cheaply from Iran, keeping their war machine going. Same thing with Russia. If China stopped buying Iranian oil or threatened to do it, the war in Iran would be over. All I'm asking China to do is help us open up the Strait of Hormuz, help us stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, because I think they would use it, help us end the bloodbath in Russia, Ukraine, that is hurting the world economy. If you help us, I will be very grateful. If you don't help us and you continue to prop up these regimes,
then I will kill you. No, just kidding. But it's like he's still doing this threat language. If you don't do what we say, we're gonna do this to you. I'll let him finish the sentence here.
I will do business with you on Monday and put tariffs on you on Tuesday. And the only thing China understands is what I just said. Xi is not a crazy man. He's not irrational. If he believed President Trump would crush his economy, the Chinese economy, for propping up Putin and Iran, I think he would change his behavior. You don't need to threaten him directly, but you need to make it real to him.
Wow. Wow,
I
man.
mean, Matt, if LeBron realized that I would run through the key and dunk on him, if he doesn't let the Miami Heat win next year, then I think he would just let the Miami Heat walk into the championship. Well, that's essentially what Lindsey Graham is saying. We don't have the ability to, crush the Chinese economy without crushing our own. In fact, we are more dependent on China than China is dependent on us at this point, because they control the supply chain. Like, they have the rare earth minerals that we need for all of our weapons. We literally cannot wage a war without buying materials from China to make it happen.
Yeah. Well, I like Rick Sanchez's take on this is pretty good. So he's saying we are sick and tired of this shit. That's the message China is sending to the United States and the rest of the world. Be careful. They say you need, like you just said, Jay, you need us, not the other way around. That's the message. So they can spin it all they want. Lindsey Graham can spin it all he wants. This is what's happening. Here's a clip from Rick, what he put out.
Right now is basically saying, look, this is the message we're sending to the United States and to every other single country out there. They're basically, the Chinese are saying, we're sick and tired of this shit. If you move our supply chain out of your country, you may not get it back. If you cut off our supplies, we'll find an alternative. We'll find another country and we'll deal with them. And that includes the United States. They're also saying, Ixay nixay to sanctions. We're not paying attention to sanctions anymore. And we're not paying attention to tariffs. You want to tariff us? Fine. We're out. We'll go. China's in a place right now, and in large measure because of its relationship with Iran, where it doesn't have an oil shortage like some other countries maybe do in, Southeast Asia, for example. They don't have a problem with oil or hydrocarbons in general. And they've got a great relationship with Iran to be able to get that oil, as well as a relationship with Russia. They also have more rare earth minerals than any country on earth, something the United States needs from them. And this is probably something that's going to be taken up with some of the tech bros. So they're going to outmaneuver on tariffs. They're going to say ixay nixay to sanctions. They're going to basically try and centralize their rare earth minerals and other minerals that they have. And they're basically going to tell the United States, you guys are in a weak position right now. You need us, right?
And there it is. Final thought on this one, Jay.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have said it any better. And this is something that we did by choice. When we rolled out NAFTA, that was like the end of American manufacturing. And since then, we've been outsourcing to different countries. And if you look at the history of rare earth minerals, production, China wasn't even really a player until the 90s. Before that, it was America that dominated the rare earth, supply and rare earth mineral supply. And what people don't realize is we just let China have it. And China invested a ton of money in it. And now, because of how much more advanced they are and the needs that we have from those rare earth minerals, we don't have the ability to just flip the switch tomorrow and then start, manufacturing these rare earth minerals, for use in electronics. So at best, the estimates are that it would, we could do it and get ramped up to their level in 5 to 10 years. So we don't have that type of time if we want to go to war with Iran right now and China says no, and or Russia, which, hopefully is winding down, but isn't completely out of the question. So,
yeah. All right. Well, there it is. MAGA's going to have to do some spinning and some maneuvering to keep their China scare narrative going. I think back to all the conversations we've had guests on it that they're just like, China. We got to stop. It's just, I wonder what their faces watching Trump behave this way right now and saying, yeah, it was the greatest dude ever, greatest man. Oh, I love it. Yeah. I love China. We love you guys. We love you guys.
I will say, I do think it is somewhat of a national security threat to be so reliant on one country. I will say that. So I can agree with that perspective, but what I don't agree with is the perspective that our worst enemy is in China. Our worst enemies are in China, and not here in America, or possibly, in Israel or in some secret societies, wherever, wherever they may be based. I don't think China is the home of our problems. So.
All right. Well, let's move on. We were talking about the King. I guess the King Charles thing came up earlier. So why don't we take a look at that? So it looks like, it looks like King Charles has said officially that digital ID is here. Here we go. Here's the official announcement. I don't know if he prepped for this very well. I don't know if he practiced it in the mirror. He looked half asleep, but here it is.
My ministers will also proceed with the introduction of digital ID that will modernize how citizens interact with public services.
Well, that's official. That's the long and the short of it. You brought this up, Jay. Yeah, go ahead.
At his direction. I think that was a very interesting perspective there. So, and they are actually getting pushback on it over there in the UK. At first, it was going to be mandated that you needed to have one of those in order to work. Then they rolled back on the mandate. They're still going to roll it out, but now starting out, it's supposed to be optional. But I think we all know where this is going, especially when you consider who the next prime minister of the UK is supposed to be, which we'll be getting into shortly, because I think that's another part of this story too.
Well, let's bring up, because the timing is that we always look at timing. What's happening exactly when this announcement happens? The House Secretary, Wes Streeting, has resigned and is set to challenge Starmer for the Labour leadership. That's interesting. The man in charge of Britain's health just diagnosed Starmer's government as terminal. And that's from the Telegraph. Okay. Well, I mean, there's a interesting thing there. So do you think that Starmer himself is going to be on his way out? That's what we're kind of suggesting?
That's what it seems like. He's at least being challenged because to be honest with you, he was already on shaky terms before the Epstein thing came out. And then one of his his ambassador to America, Mandelson, I forget his first name, but the Mandelson guy, he got caught up in the Epstein drama. And long story short, Starmer tried to blame someone else. That person essentially said, sorry, but it wasn't me. He still had to sign off on it. So he kind of pushed it back to Starmer, and Starmer was already in a lot of hot water, because of that. And before that happened, actually, people were already beginning to be frustrated because he spends the majority of his time talking about how evil and dangerous Russia is, and he wasn't addressing any of the concerns within the country. And there are a lot of problems happening right now in the UK, some of the same things that we're seeing here at an even more accelerated pace, and he doesn't have any solution to that. And the other thing that the UK is dealing with right now, which is a possible foreshadowing of what we could be dealing with soon over here, is the price of their government bonds have been skyrocketing since the Iran war has started. So it's been a trio of things. It's his lack of attention to domestic policies. It's his his lack of ability to combat inflation, and it's the Epstein scandal. All three of those things have made him deeply unpopular with the British people, and I think the government officials themselves are becoming even more worried because of the price of their bonds over there. Like, the bond yields go up, so that means investors are losing confidence in the UK, and they're less willing to be able to lend the UK government some money. So that's a really big problem. So they're trying now to replace him. And for those who don't know, really quick, the British people do not vote for who their prime minister is. They vote for their party member and their representative. And once, all the people have been elected into parliament, if one party has enough votes to form the government, they do it. If they need to combine with other parties to do it, they do it. But long story short, the elected officials pick the president. So it's essentially, if you compare that to America, you just vote for whoever your senator is. And then if the Democrats win more seats, then whoever leads the Democratic Party becomes president. So they can shuffle their prime minister in and out when he falls out of favor, with the majority government. So it seems like Starmer is on the way out, if that makes sense.
Right. So here is, we're talking about the guy that is Streeting, right? Who resigned.
Wes Streeting. Mm-hmm.
And so he looks like he might be the hand-picked person. In this case, let's look at this. Okay, let's see here. Hold on 1 second. I might have lost the audio on this one again, but this is if Streeting becomes prime minister. Here, I'll just get up here. Hold on. Then Britain is completely controlled by Israel. I said this in November of 2025. Streeting was handpicked since university, mentored by Epstein's friend Madelson. Free Palestine, free Britain. I'll try to play this, but I think that I got a StreamYard issue where it's going to not hear it this time. But that's what she's saying. This is Dr. Rameh Aldenwan.
Yeah, and it's really interesting again that Starmer got in trouble because of his connection to Mandelson, yet Mandelson's one of his mentees is the one who's taking over after Starmer. So it just goes to show you how small this circle is, right? It shows you, even though that guy Mandelson is already in trouble, he was arrested, then released, but he's still under investigation. Even though he's going through all this stuff, still the people who are close to him and have these good relationships with him happen to be the ones who, are next in line. And of course, this guy, Streeting, he was a big proponent, of vaccine passports and vaccine mandates during the pandemic. And let's hear from him right now on that.
He's Reform's health advisor. Now, these anti-vax lies have consequences. They've led to the return of diseases we thought we'd defeated. Measles, whooping cough, children dying from preventable illness in the 21st century. When Farage was asked whether he'd side with medical scientists, he said, "I wouldn't side with anybody." Anti-science, anti-reason, anti-health. Nigel Farage is a snake oil salesman of British politics, and it's time to stop buying what he's selling. He's Reform's health.
Okay. Well, and so what indication do we have the is actually would be a hand-picked Israeli asset if he does take Starmer's place? Do we have, other than the, I guess this connection with Mendelsohn, but I guess I'm back to the question, Jay, of the timing. Why now? Because of the digital ID rollout? Is that what we're talking about here?
Yes, that could be part of it. And like I mentioned before, the UK did try to roll out a vaccine passport last time, and they failed because even though a lot of people in the UK did take the COVID shot, they wound up not really being scared of COVID, I guess you could say. So the fear porn didn't work as much. The fear porn started fading away a lot quicker in the UK than in certain other parts of the world. So they never really complied with it. So what we have to be on the lookout for, and I don't know which way this is going, this is just a literal guess and hypothesis, but gain of function research gave us COVID-19. Without gain of function research, COVID-19 never would have got turned into a pandemic. It never would have spread, and we never would have had an issue there. So with hantavirus, we can't rule out that they aren't doing some kind of gain of function research with hantavirus, and it is possible that they did do some type of gain, or they are doing some type of gain of function, and then they're going to tell us, oh yeah, mutated, look, it's a lot more dangerous now we really need to get these vaccine passports. And if that is the plan, then there is no better person to have, like in the in the prime minister's office in the UK than the guy who was the health secretary under COVID and who went along with all the COVID policies. So yeah, I think it could be a dangerous foreshadowing, of what's to come. But in terms of his connection to Israel, they do, in the Labor Party, they have something called like a Friends of Israel trip or something like that, that they do similar to some of the programs they have here in America. He's been a participant in those programs from day one. They've written about him in particular in Israeli newspapers, talking about how Israel has no better friend in British politics than this guy, Wes Streeting. So again, my hypothesis is I think, Israel is a puppet for the people at, who are really in control, but regardless, they still have a ton of power because they've given this puppet the ability to do their dirty work for them. But long story short, we got to pay attention to the patterns, and there is a pattern of people who were friendly towards Israel getting put into power. Because last thing, don't forget, Jeremy Corbyn was one of the most popular politicians in British politics in recent history, but he got kicked out of the Labour Party because he was in favor of Palestinian rights, and he spoke strongly in favor of the Palestinian people, and now he's tried to launch his own party. So they literally kick out the people who won't go along with the Israeli plan, and then they promote people who aren't even popular to these positions of power as long as they're going with the plan. Because neither Starmer nor this guy Streeting have ever been particularly popular with the British people. So what we're being set up for is a Nigel Farage, prime ministership afterwards. He's the guy who's leading the reform. A lot of people compare him to Trump in some kind of ways, but there will be no change to the Russia situation. He's a very hawkish on Russia. There will be no change to their relationship with Israel. He's very pro, Israel, but he does seem to be more in favor of medical freedom. So it is possible he would come after, but if we do have a bad hantavirus pandemic, does he change his position even on that? We don't know. But long story short, it doesn't look much better in British politics than it looks in American politics. Slightly better in some ways, but still pretty bad.
We'll leave that one there for now. And I think we should.
And don't forget that last part of the story too, because some of the imagery that we saw from Trump.
Oh, you want me to check out
during that King Charles visit? Because
because the King Charles visit. Okay, we should throw this up here. So the King Charles visit, when Trump went to the UK, that was back in April. This was some of we talk about the Freemasons, the Masonic imagery. This is something to consider, that there's always imagery. And so this is from Michael King. Any coincidence that once the Masonic significance of beehives and bees in symbolism goes from small truther corners right into the mainstream? And then mentions this. I don't know this Candace Owens reference, but says the commentators boosted by the network like Candace Owens. Now the White House is tying this symbol to Trump, timed with the Charles visit, which again was just last month. But this is some of the imagery the White House put out themselves. They did this. They call him the beekeeper, and this came out right during that trip that he took just under a month ago. This is some of the imagery that came from that trip. What's going on here? Why is he playing with a bee? What's happening? Oh, look how interesting that is.
And one of the reasons why the Freemasons love that bee imagery is because the bees all work together to build a hive and to make the hive function. So they consider themselves the bees working together to build the hive, and that's how they accomplish their goals. So that it is pretty interesting that there's that imagery came out at the same time. And just so everyone knows why that's relevant, the British royal family is married into these secret societies, and different members of the family get inducted at different times. But the Knights Templar, one of their headquarters was in Scotland. Like Freemasonry has two routes. You have the Scottish rite and you have the York rite. York is in England, and obviously Scotland is also in the UK. So both of those, I guess, subgroups are the two main groups of the Freemasons. So they are pretty much like headquartered in the UK. Now, I would argue the Knights Templar is headquartered in Switzerland mostly, but the Freemasons are headquartered in the UK. So again, in my opinion, these guys are using Israel as a proxy. So we still have to talk about the proxy, but I also think, we shouldn't forget about the people behind the curtain. And I think a lot of that leads back to these secret societies.
Yeah. Well, no, this is all good for the reference. This was another one we found. I don't know if this one was actually put out by the White House, but anybody can put this shit.
No, that was just an AI thing that
just
they
a little
put out.
flop.
But it is, just weird that right when King Charles comes, that's when they decide to put out that imagery of Trump and calling him the beekeeper. So yeah.
And this is more in lines what you're talking. The beehives are a classic Masonic emblem representing industry, cooperation, collective. Exactly what you're saying. The hard work of the brotherhood. Bees in a hive work tirelessly together without conflict for the greater good. I love it. I love that greater good. Right. The Mormons use this symbolism for the same reasons because they're Masonic. So there's this little things that we don't. It's good to look into this stuff, and then we see that these aren't accidents. This isn't like oopsie, we accidentally gave you guys a B reference.
And right? Sorry, just to clarify, we're not saying that all Mormons are Masons. That's not the case. But the person who founded Mormonism, Joseph Smith, he was a Freemason. He was a Freemason, And we've talked about this before, but Mormons were talking about Zionism before political Zionism was a thing. So a couple decades before political Zionism ramped up in Europe, Mormons were talking about that over here in America. And Benjamin Netanyahu is on record saying they have no better friends in America than the Mormons, supposedly. So all things to consider.
Yeah. All right. Let's get on, because we were supposed to do this story on Tuesday, but I guess we're not good on
Still
time.
Relevant though.
It's very relevant. It's very relevant. Let's get to it right now. So we're talking about Ukraine. That's funny. Not too many other people are talking about Ukraine. It's like the short-term memory kicked in, right? Selective memory, or maybe we just only have so much capacity at once. Maybe that's it, Jay. I think that might be it. But apparently. No, go ahead. Do you want to
what King Charles thinks? Yeah, sorry. Let's see what King Charles thinks about Ukraine. He can give us an introduction to this topic, since that'll be the bridge between the last story and this one. That's the last link.
Here we go.
Right there. So.
All right. Well, we'll see what King Charles needs to remind us that who our real enemy is. Let me grab this one. Hold on, because I didn't have that one queued up. Okay, so we'll start. We'll reset for the edit. Okay, here we go. People have forgotten about Ukraine a little bit, but there's those that want to remind us to keep our eye on the ball. One of those people is King Charles. He reminds us last time he was in Congress, and he definitely got a great applause around the room. Got an applause from D's and R's, of course, because this is our number one mission right now, is to finish this endless war, which is a conundrum in of itself. All right, take it away, King Charles.
Immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder, through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people.
That's Netanyahu level applause, by the way.
Well, I mean, that's a high bar. He would have to get another 52 or so of those. But yeah, exactly. But yeah,
He only got one of them, but it was that level of excitement for that one time. But yeah, you're right. Netanyahu got a lot more throughout the speech. So yeah, I do think it's interesting that King Charles happens to be in perfect agreement, right? With the most important things, to the agenda, of the globalists at the moment. So, a lot of people think, like the British royal family's at the top. I personally don't really believe that. I think they are influential, but I wouldn't say, like they're at the top of the chain. But it's just another example of how the establishment, like hasn't forgotten about it. So I actually go back and forth. So I'm interested in hearing your take on this story actually too, Matt, as we go through it, because sometimes I think that they're in the process of winding the Ukraine war down, and as we'll see from this segment, there are indications that that could be the case. But I just don't know how the West is going to react, like once Ukraine loses Odessa, which is something that may happen, like later this year. So I still don't know what they're actually going to do, but there are strong signs that de-escalation could be on the way, and as we'll go through in this segment.
And here's Putin responding to and a lot of people don't even know this, that Zelensky had threatened to bomb Russia's Victory Day parade, and Putin warned, hey, if you do that, we're going to hit Kyiv really hard. And then Zelensky backs down. But here's Putin, his response to that. I forget if we have translator or not. Let's see what we have here.
And as for provocative statements, these decisions had been made much earlier than the so-called provocative statements were made. As for said statements, we responded to them, as you know. First, the Ministry of Defense made their statements that in case there are any attempts to thwart or disrupt our festivities, we will be forced to do massive retaliatory rocket strikes on Kiev downtown. But that was supposed to be a response. That wasn't all of it. It was followed by a note of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. But it didn't end there as well. We started working with our partners and friends. First of all, with our friends from the People's Republic of China, India, and some other countries, including the US administration. What kind of work that was? We outlined to our friends, colleagues, and partners, we outlined the picture that could have formed. We have no desire to spoil relationships with anyone. That could have happened because all centers of decision-making in Kyiv are in direct vicinity of diplomatic establishments, consulates of dozens of countries. That's the problem.
So the press was reporting that Putin said that the Ukraine war was coming to an end, but his words actually implied that the West's involvement in the war is coming to an end.
And before we get to that, just to make sure everyone understands what Putin meant just now, long story short, on May 8th, Russia has a Victory Day parade every year where they celebrate, their victory in World War II. Zelensky's people had threatened to bomb that parade, like as it was happening, where there would not just be Putin there, but other foreign leaders, including the president of Slovakia, Turkmenistan, and a few other countries. And so Zelensky was threatening to bomb that. Putin said, if you guys follow through with that, he essentially implied that they were going to launch Oreshnik strikes on Kiev, and destroy, the centers of decision making, which would mean diplomats from all over the world would be caught in the crossfire and probably incinerated, like by the missiles. Wow. So after Zelensky, after Putin made that threat, Zelensky wound up backing down. And I think later, in this story, as we get to what's going on around Zelensky, there will be indications that he's being pressured from multiple angles, possibly to de-escalate, at the moment. So, but yes, in this next, clip the next thing we're going to read, it's essentially going to point out how I'm essentially going to point out how some of his words in the press interview after that were misconstrued, because a lot of the media was reporting that he said the Ukraine war was coming to an end. But when you look at the exact quote, it does seem to be a misinterpretation.
Okay. Well, here's the interview that was not, I guess, translated correctly. If you want to go through this.
So this is the interviewing question. It says, the developments around Iran have been the hottest international topic for the past 2.5 months, of course. How will the situation in the Middle East and the Persian how the situation in the Middle East and in the Persian Gulf will develop? Do you think there's a real possibility of a peace agreement between the United States and Iran? I also can't help but ask this question. You have recently said that the terrorist threat is growing, meaning the Kiev regime. We can see that such strikes targeting cities located far away from the border, such as Yekaterinburg, Perm, and recently Cheboksary. Is the West going too far? The West has admitted the Kiev regime would not have survived several days without its support. Thank you. And then this is Putin's response. What exactly is the West? I believe that this is the so-called globalist part of the Western elites. It is them who are fighting against us by proxy of Ukraine. They have had it pretty good in this respect, of course, having provoked this conflict. I have already spoke about how it all started. I have not invented anything about the initial reference point. Strangely, it all began with Ukraine's decision to join the EU. They could go ahead by all means, but this has led to a military conflict. Why has this happened? Because they have had no regard for Russia's interests whatsoever. Moreover, seeking to use Ukraine as an instrument for attaining their geopolitical goals, these people in the West lied to everyone, as they have now openly admitted. They started to lie to us about the non-expansion of NATO onto the East at the beginning of the 1990s. They told us that NATO would not move a single step eastward. Yep. Well, where are they now? Taking all this together, this has provoked the current situation. They are fighting against us, which has become clear to everyone by proxy of Ukraine. Now, this next part is the key part. We have recently discussed this issue with our colleagues, remembering how it all started. We concluded an agreement with the Ukrainians and we concluded an agreement with the Ukrainians and initialed it in Istanbul in 2022. And then one of my colleagues, frankly, it was Macron who did it, called me and said, Ukraine cannot sign such documents with a gun to its head, unquote. This is a direct quote. We have the tape of the conversation. I asked him, what should we do? He said, can you withdraw your troops from Kiev? We have done it. One member of the business popped up, then Prime Minister of Britain. What did he say? He said that the agreement cannot be signed because it is unfair. Who says what is unfair and what is not? Why is it unfair that the head of the Ukrainian negotiating team has initialed a document? Who is the judge? Next, they promised assistance to Ukraine and started fostering confrontation with Russia, which is continuing to this day. I believe that the matter is coming to an end, but this is a really serious matter. So the question is, why are they doing this? First, they expected a crushing defeat of Russia, as we know, the collapse of Russian statehood within a matter of several months. It did not work out. And then they got stuck in that groove, and now they cannot get out of it. That is the problem. There are certainly clever people over there, and those who certainly understand the essence of current events. I hope that these political forces will gradually return to power or will take power into their own hands with support from the overwhelming majority of European countries. So long story short, that reads to me like he's really talking about the support that Ukraine is getting from the West. And it reads to me like he's saying he believes the West's support of Ukraine could be coming to an end. So could that also imply that the war itself will come to an end, because they're not being supported by the West and Ukraine can't stand on its own? You could take that implication from it.
Yeah, you could, because that was the whole point of Trump running on the notion that if you cut off the funding, i.e. support, Ukraine wouldn't have any legs to stand on, and they'd have at some point they'd have to concede to something and say, okay, and then they'd beg, can we just go back to the way it was? Kind of like what's happening right now with the Strait of Hormuz, right? This is exactly what we're saying. Oh, we just want to get the name of the game. Rubio said the name of the game is getting things back to the way it was because we ran out of support. That's what he's talking about. So I think you could indirectly interpret it, not directly, but indirectly say that that's what's coming to an end here is take away U.S. support. You can't run this forever. And I'll add on to that. I think he's giving them a little too much credit that they misevaluated their objective to destroy Russia. That's what they told us. That's also similar to the China thing. They tell us one thing, they don't actually believe it. They knew Victoria Nuland isn't stupid. She doesn't actually think that Russia was going to fall. This was always about the upward transfer of wealth to the warmongers' pockets in the biolabs and all of that happening. And they were we'll wing it. These are heroin addicts. They will figure out how to get their next fix later. We just got to get our fix now. That's what power. It's heroin power. They don't think so. Putin's giving them too much credit that they thought all of this through and they just got it wrong. That we didn't know we couldn't get out of this. We said that. We said there's no way out of this. Everybody in our space. Jimmy Dore said it. There's no way out of this thing. We said that in 2022, man. Well, it's 4 years later.
You could make the argument that maybe they thought that initially as the war started up, that when they put all those sanctions on, maybe they thought that, they'd be able to bring down Russia, and maybe they didn't realize how advanced Russia's weapons were. But even if you give them that, within the first year or two, it should have been completely obvious the direction this was going. So even if you gave them that.
All you got to do is compare this to COVID. They really thought they were going to do it. If we just locked down for 2 weeks, it would have worked. They thought that. But then when it became obvious, why didn't they just pull out? Oh, it's because of ego and pride. No, they knew from the beginning it wouldn't work because the objective wasn't to actually do the thing they told us the objective was. So the objective was never take down Russia. The objective was convince the American people and the European people that we need to take down Russia as we warmonger our money, funnel money into our pockets and figure out how we're going to keep our economy benefiting us and keeping everyone else crushed. And then when we get to the end of this, we'll figure out the next thing. Actually, I'm glad I just brought up COVID because remember, Ukraine was the distraction from COVID. That was the way that Biden's team never had to officially say, we're done with this thing that failed. He never had to say it because Putin, all of a sudden, we got him in a position of, this is the big threat. Forget COVID was the threat, but now Putin is going to take over the world. We're all in this together. Quick and get your little blue and yellow flags up on your social media, and let's all get in line. You guys know the drill. That was the distraction from COVID being a failure, also on purpose. So let's just be clear. Every failure was on purpose. What's our next fix going to be?
And I lean towards what you're saying. If I had to put a percentage chance on it, I'd say it's probably 70 to 80% what you're saying. I was just playing devil's advocate and saying it's possible. Maybe at first they thought they'd be able to do it. But I do agree with you.
You're arguing the devil's advocate is that we're smarter than Victoria Nuland. We're smarter, right, then I mean these people are psychopaths, but are they really that dumb? I don't know. Are we that we're geniuses? I mean, we figured this shit out on man. I'm telling you, like
maybe they were overconfident. Like I said, 20% chance, not a high percentage chance. Maybe 20% chance they thought that the weapons they'd be able to give to Ukraine in combination with the sanctions, would hurt Russia and make Putin unpopular and allow them to do their little, color revolution. So it's possible. Do I think it's likely? Probably not. It's just possible.
Yeah. We always say, we'll sanction the shit out of them, and then the people will rise up and they'll take out their leadership. We know it's coming. It's like Scott Bessent. That's his whole thing. We go around, we sanction the shit out of everyone, and we just wait. We just wait and we pray that the people will get enough courage to take out their. Oh, they're not doing it. Oh, we have to fake it. Okay, let's bring in some Assad agents into Iran, and we'll fake an overthrow of their government when we know they don't do it on their own. That's not a thing. That's not a thing. We know this. I don't know. Okay. Yeah. How's that hey Russian people, how's that takedown of Putin going? Oh, wait, his approval rating is still in the above 80s. Wow, look at that.
And really quick, what I want people to realize is everyone in the West believes that Putin is deeply unpopular, and the only reason why he's still in power is because people aren't allowed to speak out against him, and they can't understand why Putin is still in power. But if you look at where they were in the 90s, which, like, I was just listening to an interview yesterday with this guy, Diary of a CEO. He was interviewing some lady who was talking about Russia. They pretend as if the 90s was a good time for Russia. And that was when it was open to the Western elites to come in and to ravage their country and steal all their shit. Like, they talk about the 90s as if it was this great time where capitalism was starting to flourish in Russia. And people were poor as hell back then. That's what allowed Putin to get into power in the first place. And since he's gotten to power, Russia has made gigantic strides. They've lifted up people out of poverty the same way that the Chinese lifted up their people out of poverty, and they're able to defend their country now. So he's brought back national pride to them, and he's dramatically improved the lives of a lot of their citizens. So you may not like the fact that he's been in power for decades, but the truth is he does have a very high approval rating over there. And I'm not saying he's perfect. I did hear some troubling things he may have done to some of his political opponents, but the truth is he's popular because of what he's done in the country. And it's as simple as that. So. Because
there's no homelessness, because the subway system is amazing, because it's clean, because it's safe, because, wow, that's actually taking care of the people. What a crazy concept. Damn it, Tucker Carlson was not supposed to show us all that when he went out there. Damn it, we weren't supposed to see that. We're supposed to put up with our shitty subways and our dangerous streets filled with homelessness, filled with fentanyl, by the way. And it ain't from Venezuela. It's from our own doing. It's the CIA. We do our own. So this is the thing we're not supposed to know, and we're not supposed to notice. But you know that Scott Bessent knows this. You know that Victoria Nuland knows this. You know that Anthony Blinken knows this stuff. They've known it the whole time. That's why they didn't like it when Tucker Carlson showed it to us when he went there to interview Putin. True. But, because we didn't want to see any of that. Anyways,
Americans don't really see Russia, so that was probably the first time a lot of people had even seen what life is like in Russia. So.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a little more to this. So I guess Zelensky now, he's being pressured now to negotiate. Let's share this one out. This is grab this one. Okay.
This is a recent interview, and since this interview has happened, there's been another investigation that's been launched by their internal, I guess, corruption, agency. And this agency is funded by the West, and I believe Yermak was arrested. So he's like, Zelensky's right-hand man. He may have been arrested one time before. Well, he was arrested again, he resigned before. And now he's actually been arrested. So the pressure is piling on to Zelensky by proxy of the people around him. So it does seem like Zelensky is coming under a lot of pressure. And this person who we're looking at here was his former press secretary. So let's see what she has to say about him.
There was another story from another minister who just called us recently, and he said when he was on the position, those very close people to Zelensky were actually taking percentage from some governmental programs. I mean, illegal percentage.
Yes.
And he told Zelensky that they are taking really too much already, like really they're insisting on very big amounts. And Zelensky smiled and said, "Good job, guys, good job, guys." And he was not joking. The minister says he was not joking. He was really happy it was happening. And then the minister thought, oh, we're not going far with this. Yeah, he resigned later.
Yeah.
There was another.
So that's telling, because that's his former press secretary saying that Zelensky cheers on corruption. Like, not even that he turns a blind eye to it, but that he cheers on corruption. And the fact that this guy is going on Western news outlets, I'm sorry, that lady is going on Western news outlets saying that, it does tell me that, you know, pressure is being applied to Zelensky. And then I don't think it's a coincidence that after her interview, you start seeing corruption investigations ramp up. And this is right after Zelensky's plan to bomb the Victory Day parade, you know, have been suppressed. So it seems like he's coming under some pressure to de-escalate a bit. Now, that could just mean that maybe the West wants to get some different people in place surrounding Zelensky. Maybe it means that they didn't want Zelensky to escalate at that point in time because they had to make sure they got some people to safety who were in Kiev and would have been in the line of fire. And maybe they want the element of surprise when they do escalate. So this isn't a guarantee that we're for sure on a path of de-escalation, but there are signs that he is being pressured to de-escalate to an extent.
All right. You want to go through this one real quick?
Yeah. So what we're talking about here is essentially, you know, my theory that, well, not my theory, there is evidence that, you know, a lot of the weapons we've sent to Ukraine have wound up in the hands of terrorists in areas that we're trying to take over. So there were reports, and for those who don't know, the AES is comprised of Burkina Faso, Mali, Niger, and Chad is also affiliated with it. And there are a group of countries in the Sahara region that have kicked out all the foreign military bases, including France and America. So they're trying to take control of their own security, and they're also talking about launching a gold-backed currency, which is exactly what we killed Gaddafi for trying to do back in the day. So that Ukrainian weapons that we sent to Ukraine have wound up in the AES to destabilize those countries that have kicked out foreign influence, as well as Nigeria. And the same terrorist group that Trump was supposed to be fighting, there's evidence that we armed them through Ukraine. So just to go through this, Mali's military junta, which is their government, has allied closely with Russia to combat Islamist insurgents and Tuareg separatists, rebels seeking greater autonomy in the north. And in July 2024, rebels from groups like Azawad Liberation Front, sometimes affiliated with JNIM jihadists who were associated with Al-Qaeda and ISIS, ambushed Malian forces and Russian mercenaries near Tinzahutin, killing dozens of Ukrainian intelligence killing dozens. And Ukrainian intelligence spokesperson Andriy Yusov publicly stated that the rebels had received necessary information for the successful operation, which Mali has interpreted as an admission of direct involvement. So Ukrainians are saying that they are giving intelligence to these Islamic terrorists and these rebels to, you know, to help them, fight their government that happens to be aligned with Russia. So Mali severed diplomatic ties with Ukraine back in August of 2024. Niger and Burkina Faso, all of the three of whom formed the AES, the official states of them, followed with similar accusations and actions. They jointly urged the UN to act against Ukraine for supporting terrorism. So the Ukrainians admitted that they're giving intelligence to these jihadists. And we know that all the weapons we've sent them are unaccounted for because they won't do an audit. And we don't ask for any answers on where the weapons have gone and what the money has been used for. So I think this is possible evidence that the West may try to keep up the appearance of a conflict between Ukraine and Russia and continue to fund them, because the more weapons we send to Ukraine, who doesn't really have a chance of winning, the easier it is to get a lot of those weapons distributed to some of the other conflicts that are going on around the world. So it's essentially an easier way to use government money to arm these rebels in countries that we want to destabilize, if that makes sense. And they have other ways of doing that.
Sure.
It's just that you can't get the purse of the government behind it as easily as you can if you have a conflict in Ukraine, which they know they're not going to win anyway.
Yeah.
So just to follow up on that, Malian officials, including Prime Minister Maiga, claimed at the UN and elsewhere that Ukraine had become a major supplier of drones and other weapons to terrorist groups in the Sahel. They alleged that these Western-supplied arms, originally intended for Ukraine's war but diverted, or that Ukraine was directly providing training with drones and tactics proven effective against Russian forces. Reports described rebels using Ukrainian-style explosive drones, fiber optic drones, inflatable decoys, and tactics mirroring those in the Russia-Ukraine war. Some suggested discrete Ukrainian support via intelligence, training, or supplies routed through intermediaries. And then, the Ukrainians just came out and admitted it. So Mali framed this as Western, Ukrainian weapons fueling instability to undermine Russia-aligned governments in the Sahel. And Russian officials and media amplified these claims as evidence of broader diversion and corruption in Ukrainian aid. And fun fact, do you know which colonial European power was the main power in these countries before they got kicked out? Take a guess, Matt.
UK? I mean
France.
No.
So
France.
And France has also been one of Ukraine's biggest backers. So long story short, they get kicked out of this region, and now they're trying to figure out ways to destabilize those countries to get back in there. And they're using Ukraine as one of the ways to do that, which is one of the reasons why France, will not stop supporting Ukraine.
Yeah. All right. Well, listen, I just got to chime in here and welcome the Due Dissidents peeps into the show here. We got a little Rumble raid from our pals over at DD. Great guys over there. And we did hear that Russ is back from vacation. I'm sure they've had a great show today, and we're going to check out some of that on replay when we get the segments up. And you didn't know we were on. I did a little appearance on with I guess when Russ was gone. I was one of the subs with Keaton there last week. So I think we told the people here about that. So that was cool. That was fun. But we're all doing the same stuff in this space, and we definitely are inspired by each other to do the real reporting, the real journalism, as we know. Keaton and Russ do a great job at that. So welcome, guys, here to the Homeless Left. If you're first time here, hit the subscribe, because then you can get notified. We've been having issues with people getting notified that we're live, and so we just want to make sure you can check that. You get that little notification when we go, and we're here every Tuesdays and Thursdays, basically all afternoon. So with that said, Jay, do you want to wrap this one up here? I know there was a couple more.
So long story short, what we'll find out, is that at the time, they didn't, the West denied all this, but now even in Swiss media and I believe it's from Belgium, but even in European media, like they're admitting that the French government has been using Ukrainians, to do like their dirty work. So, I think it's really interesting that now even European mainstream media is admitting this after denying it, like for the first, 2-3 years it was going on. So, so it says how France, driven out of Mali, is indirectly fighting the ruling junta and its Russian backers through Ukrainian military personnel. And this just came out, I believe, in the last 2 weeks or so. Although it has left Mali, France is providing operational support to Ukrainian soldiers on the ground, former members of the Foreign Legion, who are cooperating with the Tuareg rebels. And for those who don't know, France gets a large part of its uranium for pennies on the dollar from Niger, and that's one of the countries they were kicked out of that they're trying to destabilize. So French forces are officially no longer on Malian soil, yet they continue to operate indirectly. According to a French security source, France relies in particular on numerous French-speaking Ukrainian soldiers who have served in the Foreign Legion. Units of the Ukrainian military intelligence, the GUR, are thus operating in Mali in coordination with the Tuareg rebels, who began 2 weeks ago to conquer several towns, thanks to an alliance with jihadists. So they're openly admitting that they're working with Ukraine to arm terrorists and Islamic jihadists, in these northern African countries to destabilize the government. And in Mali in particular, they have a lot of gold over there, and a lot of the gold that France has and processes comes directly from Mali. So France has been looting these countries, like ever since quote unquote colonization ended. And now, they are standing up. They don't even have their own currency. They have something called the CFA franc over there, which means that before these countries, kicked out all the foreign interference, France was the one who held all of their wealth and, allowed them to use a currency that was paired directly, with France's. So, it's a pretty sad story about how they've been oppressed. Now they're fighting back. And what do? We undermine them. And then you get, some conservatives over here in the media saying, oh, look, Africa can't govern itself, even though we've been undermining them for the past several hundred years and coordinating with each other to oppress them, like for the past several, hundred years. Even before we were doing it to South America, it was being done to Africa. So this is
it's our playbook. That's what we do. It's nothing new. We crush and we crush and we crush, and then we turn around and go, hey, what happened over there? We gave you a chance to be successful. You failed at that, so we're gonna come in and take all your shit and go on to the next target. So that's basically that's how we do it. So,
and lastly, just to wrap it up, I just want to remind everyone, Trump recently just randomly bombed Nigeria because they were quote unquote fighting Boko Haram. The former Nigerian president before the current guy made the exact same accusations that Ukraine was directly giving weapons to Boko Haram and rebels. And now America wants to go fight these same rebels that Ukraine has been arming. So just like every other conflict, we prop up enemies in these countries as an excuse to justify them to come in and loot their resources. And funnily enough, they want to set up the American military base in Nigeria right next to the oil fields, which is on the other side of the country from where the terrorism is happening. So funny story there, huh?
Yeah, but don't look into it yourself, guys. Just take the word of your trusted newscaster on your favorite mainstream media. And you'll know.
And I want to just mention this last thing. This is another example of why you can't trust AI, because I asked AI about this story as I was researching it, And it told me, it admitted what was going on in Mali, but then said there was no evidence that Nigeria suggested the same thing, even though it quoted an article saying that the last Nigerian president said the exact same thing. So, you cannot use AI to learn new information. You can just use it to summarize information you already know and hope it doesn't twist it. But don't learn things from AI, guys.
Good advice. Jay Scott, let everyone know where they can find you.
Yep. You can find me on Twitter at the J Scott, but more importantly, if you want to push back against the war machine and you want to do something about the state of the country, I really encourage people to, look into the We the People Party. That's www.wtpnational.com. We're a decentralized party that's trying to unite people around common ground. So instead of fighting over culture war issues, we can start pushing back and fighting where we actually agree. So it is a nonpartisan coalition that puts the power in the hands of the party members and has no centralized committees that control the whole party. So it's a truly unique idea. And we did recently actually just do a fundraiser for Thomas Massey. We've raised over $1 million for him so far, through something that we've been promoting. So Thomas Massey isn't perfect. I'm on the left myself, but he is anti-war. He has been trying to hold, a lot of people in the Epstein class accountable. And we know that he's also been doing some things to try to clean up our food supply. So give credit where it's due. While he's not perfect, I think he's one of the best people that we do have, in Congress right now. So I'm proud to say, that we'll support people from across the political spectrum, as long as there's something we can really work with you on, and we believe that your heart's in the right place. So check it out. You won't be disappointed. Appreciate all your hard work, Matt, and I'll catch you soon.
Thanks so much, Jay. Jay Scott, everybody. All right. We're moving on with the show. We got a lot more going on here at the Homeless Left. We realize a lot of you guys don't get the initial notification and you kind of spill in a little at a time. We appreciate, again, the Do Dissidents Rumble raid. So all you dissidents viewers and part of that community, we're here as well. It's an expanded community. We're doing the good work that the mainstream fooled us in telling us that they were doing this work. No, they were never doing the journalism ever. That was never their job. Their job was always propagandist, protection of the billionaire class and the donor class and the people that pay their paycheck. That's not news. That's not journalism. That's why we're here. And I know that's why you guys are here too. But also we can have friendly discourse, debate, and have a one-on-one discussions as well. We try to give you the whole spectrum of it. We do consider this a variety show of such, and we try to get as much of coverage on all the different pertinent issues as we can in the 2 times around a week, those Tuesdays and Thursdays. So we do appreciate, hit that subscribe if you guys haven't done that yet. And hopefully you won't have to do it a second time. A lot of our YouTube viewers have told us very recently that they've had to go and resubscribe again to the channel. That's weird. How did that happen? Well, we can assure you we did not unsubscribe you. So that's that. We know that for a fact. So for whatever the case may be, just keep doing whatever you can. Help us out in this space to keep fighting back against the entire mechanism of the mainstream propaganda, the entire censorship machine, all the things we're fighting on a day-to-day basis, pharma lies, Zionist lies, and legislation, which goes against free speech, all those things that we have to be for. And of course, anti-war, all that stuff. And challenging the surveillance state, which is so insane, so much to be upset about. But hey, we're in this space together, guys. It's a community. It's not a tribe. No more tribal think. We're done with tribalism. We are non-tribal. And if they want to call us conspiracy theorists, we'll just turn around. We'll say, thank you very much. We wear it as a badge of honor. We will then call you a tribalist. And that's okay. You to be a tribalist. One day, hopefully they'll wake up and go, oh shit, I've been in the wrong place this whole time. I need to get out of it. And hopefully that happens for them as well. But until then, they're the tribalists. We're the non-tribalists. And we'll take it from here. Okay, moving on. Let's do this because we're really excited to have this guest back on with us to do a follow-up on the situation in Cuba. This is very important, even more important so than it was when we were first looking into it, because it's getting to the point with Cuba that the people are at the very end. We're talking about totally on empty. The target has been placed. We hear the Trump administration talk all the time about Cuba's next, whether it's Lindsey Graham, Marco Rubio. They're telling us that they're ready to take it down, and we need to know what's going on the ground itself. So let's just go ahead and bring, because we got a lot of stuff to get to here. So he'll help me with this. Let's go ahead and bring him back in here. He's a Latin American and Caribbean Studies professor, internal affairs analyst, multilingual, and an author. The Saints of Santo Domingo. Please welcome back to the show, Danny Shaw. Hey, Danny.
Peace, Matt. How you doing? Good to be back here. Last day of classes in New York City at CUNY, so right on time to uncover what's happening in Cuba. I just got back. I was able to spend a month total in Cuba, trying to survey, these big questions, how people are surviving, where people's consciousness is at, and looking forward to discussing it.
All right. Well, I'm going to, for those that have not seen all your coverage, because you've been doing a lot of great work, by the way, excellent stuff on the ground with the people. And that's what you have to do. Sometimes you go to the story, but you're actually, being there for a long period of time. Let's see. You did a story with Gray Zone. I'm going to play this clip so people can be caught up on the circumstances there, and then we'll figure out what's going on from here. Okay, here we go.
Saludos desde Santiago de Cuba. This is Danny Shaw reporting for the Gray Zone. For the next 10 days, I'm going to bring you footage, uncut, unfiltered, of what the Cuban people are living through. A transportation crisis where people wait hours and hours and hours to try to go see a loved one, crammed like cattle into vehicles unfit for human beings. This is a humanitarian crisis. None of the agricultural products from the countryside can get to the cities. I've watched Cubans scramble and scramble, trying to sell their last antibiotics or whatever they have to get a meal for the day. And this is the beginning. We have to sound an alarm, because this war on Cuba, this blockade, began intensely in 1990, and Cuba was left isolated, and they're more isolated than ever. This is the intensification of 36 years of a Marco Rubio, Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Democrats, Republicans' assault on Cuba's sovereignty.
I first went to Cuba in 1995. I was a 16-year-old brigadista.
Oh, you can cut it there.
Okay, got it. You got it. Okay. So that was a little while ago. Now you've just returned. Was that a second trip, or you'd been there the whole way?
Oh no, I had to come back because of work.
You had to come back and then go back. Okay.
A month total, spread out over February, March, and April.
Okay. So what has changed since then? It seems. Actually, first, give us a background. You have a very long relationship with Cuba, so you have this going into the situation to begin with, and this is the part of the story, the background of our relationship with Cuba that people don't get told about on mainstream at all, because this is about just memory holding, and very much about very short-term memory, and focusing on the thing that's going to help the current administration get the thing done that they want to get done, which is steal more of their crap and say, hey, we gave them a chance to survive, they failed, so now we got to come in and clean up. And by clean up, we mean steal all their stuff, right?
I first went to Cuba in 1995. I was 16 years old. I participated in one of the international youth festivals as a representative of socialism, anti-imperialism here in the United States, as one of the youth representatives. And that was in 1995. That was at the height of the special period. And from the jump, when I was in Cuba, and this has really been my methodology from the beginning with all the work I've done in Haiti, the Dominican Republic, Venezuela, Western Africa, the countries where I have more than 6 months of accumulated experience over the course of my life. And that includes Cuba. So it's a total of about 6 months that I've spent there, over 31 years, fighting really hard, working really hard to be fluent in Cuban Spanish, which is very distinct than other accents across the Caribbean and across the Americas. And I've always tried to measure where the masses are at. I think it's pretty easy on the left to go by the declarations of the Cuban government. And of course, those are incredibly important. But on this last trip, what I did is I started off in La Habana, and then I traveled across the country to Santiago de Cuba. At some point, it might be good too. I just thought to put up a map and I can show different people the different stops that I made. So overall, with these 2 visits, I spent a month trying to go to the different alleyways, los barrios populares and the campo, the countryside, and trying to live the way the Cubans were living, to get a real sense of what their reality was. And the first thing that jumps out, and I've never seen it this stark, it has been stark since the special period, which began in 1991. But if you don't have dollars in Cuba, it's very, very difficult to eat. And who's going to have dollars in Cuba? Well, people who travel to Miami, people who have family in Miami, people who have these private businesses. And I think this is for close Cuba watchers. You have to study the MIPYMES. MIPYMES are these small and medium-sized enterprises, but they're private, and you need US dollars or euros to buy there. And of course, there's a blockade, but I think it's important to understand the dynamics of this blockade in and out. It's a blockade of the public sector. It's a blockade of the government. It's a blockade of socialism. It's a blockade of the Cuban masses, but it's not a blockade of imports from the United States. So if you're one of the owners of these MIPYMES and you have an empanada restaurant, or you have a Mexican restaurant like I visited in Las Tunas, the least visited province of the 15 provinces in Cuba, then you can import. You can import the food, the energy, the gasoline, whatever you need to. So we have to understand that Marco Rubio, the Trump administration, they are the spearheads of this new invasion of Cuba, which is ongoing. So that's kind of an introduction to what I would call Cuban social apartheid. And I've seen that Cuban social apartheid since the 1990s, when the Soviet Union fell and Cuba was forced to rely upon tourism, a very ugly form of tourism, by the way, not the leftist tourism, the internationalist solidarity tourism that we're accustomed to, but just this brazen tourism, the same thing you see in the Dominican Republic, in Brazil, in Cancun, and wherever, where it really projects the horrific social inequality that exists. So I think that's beginning to offer a portrait of where Cuba is at right now. And I was actually just on RT a few minutes ago before this interview, and they were asking me, are they going to kidnap the president like Maduro? Are they going to bomb like they have in Iran? And I think their strategy in Cuba is proving to be different. The invasion is occurring through private capital, through the export of capital. Any student of imperialism in Lenin's 1915 book, which is strategically located right behind me, the export of capital is a key feature of imperialism. So I think the invasion is well underway. It might take on a military form as well, but it's the invasion by private capital that's what is starving the Cuban people right now.
Yeah, well, it seems that as far as this blockade goes, the amount of energy, oil, fuel has kind of come to an end point here. That's like what has changed there? Because it looks like that once they're out, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Danny, but once they're out, the blockade has basically served its purpose. As Lindsey Graham has told us, Cuba's about to fall. We're ready to come in. They may not necessarily be kidnapping the president, like you said, that they're doing it in a more economic way. But what can Cuba do? What can they do now if they completely run out of energy altogether? What's is there an actual offer? Is there another aid offer? Is there another negotiation? Or what is the next step here? What is that they can actually, what leverage can they use right now?
So the timeline was the announcement by the Trump administration on January 29th to cut off all oil to Cuba.
Right.
Those of us who are close to Cuba, Cuba watchers, que hemos vivido en Cuba, we knew this was an alarming moment. This was a watershed moment because the Cuban people have already been criminally blockaded for so long. So that oil, really, the last oil reserve dried up in Cuba. The last tourists left. The last tourists left in mid-February. That's what I was documenting around Valentine's Day. And that oil ran out then. But a Russian tanker was able to get in about 3 weeks ago when I was in Cuba, maybe a month ago now. And that last oil just ran out. But I think on the left, too, and I think as leftists, we always have to be self-critical, just as we have to be as fathers, as human beings. We should never just accept something because it's the left or it's who knows who. We should always be critical. Though, of course, the most important thing is to defend Cuba and Cuba's sovereignty. And we understand that 1,000% of the blame rests on the U.S.'s war on Cuba since 1959, the moment that the Cubans were able to have this revolution. I mean, in terms of an off-ramp, I don't think anything short of a statement from the Cuban presidency and the Cuban Communist Party of some type of complete surrender. Perhaps that's what they're trying to provoke. But I don't think that leadership would surrender. And that's the difficult part, because when you look at people's hunger, and I think it's probably appropriate to do a type of cross comparison to the role of Hamas and the Hamas leadership and the Hamas resistance in Gaza, and that they continue to resist no matter what, no matter how many Palestinians were starved. They continue to resist in an anti-colonial, anti-imperialist way. The problem, of course, is the human consequences. I don't think it is overblown to call Cuba Gaza without bombs. I was able to document the hunger, the thirst, water. There's a huge water crisis. I was in Camagüey. I was in Las Tunas. I made my way across the country. And when you don't have water, you can't, bathe your children. Of course, dehydration. And to have to see the Cuban people subjected to this, to be so disempowered. So for me, who I am as a Marxist, the work I've done as an ethnographer, not that I've ever received any penny for that work, and I think that's important to say out loud. I've done it in solidarity with the Cuban masses. I don't know that there is an off-ramp for them. And I don't think, this is going to be very controversial, but for the Cuban masses, for the dozens and dozens of families that I've stayed with, that I've visited, and those dozens of families become hundreds of families over the course of years and decades, they want to eat. They want to feed their children. I don't think they're caught up in these ideological, political questions as much. I think from the left, we can be quite naive when we say Cubans are different and they're going to resist to the end. A hungry people, a thirsty people cannot resist, never mind resist to the end against the greatest military juggernaut in the history of the world. And I'm not saying that because I respect or fear, the class enemy. I'm saying that because it's a material reality, that there's a $30 trillion economy right here, and $30 trillion dwarfs. This year, the Cuban economy is on track to be about $90 billion, a tiny fraction of what imperialism is capable of. So it's a truly David versus Goliath battle. If the U.S. were to militarily invade, I think the Cuban strategy, Las Fuerzas Armadas Revolucionarias Cubanas, they would attack Guantanamo. That would be the easiest way to respond to the U.S. attacks, but it would be a bloodbath. And Bruno Rodriguez, in his latest interview with CBS, said that it would be a bloodbath and that it has ingredients of genocide, and that's what he's talking about.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Rubio's going on talking about people in Cuba go around eating garbage. I mean, it's just this guy is just I mean, but this is why this is the attack plan, that this is how we take a people. And I'm glad you're mentioning Gaza, because this is how you trick people that are watching from afar, that don't understand that this is how we turn people less than human and start making them into this like subculture of not really humanity. We gave them a chance, but they failed. So now we have to come in and do what we have to do. And in this case, like you said, the difference with Gaza is that we can scroll on our phones and see the bombs. In this one, it's a lot harder to see. I mean, they're protesting, right? They're saying, please, no more blockades. But we're not seeing the U.S. their fist like really see it with our eyes. So I think a lot of people are not seeing the full extent of what this blockade has done to these people. I saw this article. Let me bring this one up here. You can explain what's happening here, because you have basically, this is the Cuba calls on U.S. to lift the blockade following an aid offer. And you can see from here, this is the conditions here. United States should lift its blockade, or Cuba, rather than offer aid to the struggling island. That's what President Miguel Diaz-Canel said Thursday, as the country endures worsening power cuts. Cuba's energy crisis has deepened since January, when the U.S. imposed the oil blockade on the communist-run island of 9.6 million people. So this is like the standstill we're at right now, where there's not really okay. So Russia did supply some oil, and that was 3 weeks ago. And as you said, that has now run out. Is there any sign that there's anything else awaiting them as far as any help, or what is the situation? Was that the last chance? Was just that kind of stalling of giving them 3 more weeks with Russia's tanker, or do we see any other hope here?
Well, we've seen these internationalist efforts, the Nuestra America convoy, the Russians, the Mexicans, the Venezuelans continue to send the help that they can. And all these things are, of course, very good, and they reflect the solidarity over charity argument, and that's very noble. But a nation can't live off the donations of solidarity groups. And if we think that somehow these oil tankers that are always going to land in the ports of Havana or maybe in Matanzas, there's no way to get that to El Oriente, to Santiago, to the most neglected areas of Cuba. Even to travel across Cuba for government vehicles, they don't have any gasoline. The only way to travel across Cuba is to pay in dollars. When I was just there, the dollar was up to 515 Cuban pesos. By now, the dollar is at 580 Cuban pesos. And these are weapons of war. These are things that we take for granted in the belly of the beast. But when you devalue a people's currency, that means someone like me, who's a worker, a professor, whatever. I'm an adjunct. I get $4,000 per course, so per semester. So trust me, I'm still a worker. It's a little bit too much information, but I wanted to clarify that there. As are 75% of your professors. So with the end of the semester coming up, don't hesitate to make your own little solidarity donations to those professors. But if I didn't have the dollars in my pockets, I couldn't have got from La Habana to Sancti Spiritus, from Sancti Spiritus to Camagüey, and making my way across the country, which costs roughly $100, which to us in this country is not the end of the world for some travel. It's not a big deal. But for a Cuban, the average Cuban salary for a doctor, for a surgeon, is like $10 a month. And because of the devaluation of the currency, even that surgeon's salary a month ago is not worth what it was today. And all of the food is imported. Cuba's not sovereign in terms of food, like Nicaragua, like Venezuela. Cuba has remained dependent, and that's why you see this incredible crisis of hunger. So I think for us leftists, and of course, today I'm a 48-year-old leftist, but there was a time I was an 18-year-old and a 28-year-old leftist, and I beat my chest, and Cuba will never surrender, and people don't understand the Cuban resistance, but I find that to be very rhetorical and not necessarily accurate. Overwhelmingly, what I heard from Cubans were, they want to play the food by any means necessary. Many Cubans told me things like, if Trump's going to bomb, tell him to bomb now because these bombs of hunger are killing us. And when you hear that in Pinar del Rio, and you hear that in Guantanamo, and you hear that over and over, it becomes a chorus of voices. So I think for me, you know, people can misinterpret sometimes where I'm coming from because I try to base my analysis on the mass question. You know, in the article, it said 9.6 million Cubans. 20 years ago, it was 11 million Cubans. Well, what happened?
Yeah.
It's from 11 million Cubans to 10.5 million Cubans. Every day, Cuba's drained of more and more youth, of more and more talent. But Cubans can't leave now because ICE is so vicious and fascist. And the EU now has their own ICE that they've adapted. And Cubans are paying very close attention, so they don't dare to even try to migrate. So it really feels like the colonial walls continue to close in on Cuba. There's no way for me to emphasize how drastic in humanitarian terms the situation is. And I think that's what's lost. Because all of the interviews, whether it's the left or the bourgeoisie, who do they interview? They interview Bruno Rodriguez, who's the canciller, the Secretary of State of Cuba. They interview the president, Diaz-Canel. And they're proud, prideful, revolutionary leaders. They're not going to tell you about, you know, the details of children, their hungry stomachs. So I think that brings up other contradictions.
Yeah. No, definitely. And what you described there, it kind of sounds like you just described a open air prison. Sounds very, very familiar with you kind of got this entire people. Like you said, they've lost 2 million in the last how many years? That's insane when you think about where those people went, and that this inability for them to be heard, be seen, leave their stock. So yeah, it does sound very, very familiar of a situation we've been looking very closely at in Gaza there. So with that, where you're coming from, Professor, what is the correct? Because this is really the question. As an anti-imperialist, what is the correct way now that you're not living as a over-optimistic young guy? You're saying there's a way as an anti-imperialist to defend Cuba, but it's controversial when you do it in this type of way. But what is that way? How would you describe it to somebody that wants to align with that in an honest way?
Well, the first time I went to Cuba, of course, I wasn't fluent in Cuban Spanish. That was in 1995. But what I did do was always try to wander and go neighborhood to neighborhood and listen to the everyday people. And that's what I've continued to do. I've had a total of, I think, 8 trips to Cuba since 1995, accumulating all this experience, the notebooks that I keep, talking to everyday people, hearing their slang, their vocabulary, their critiques. And what I've just found over the years is when you convivir, when you coexist or live among the Cuban people, it's very different than just reading Grandma and the other government organs like Sierra Maestra. But as an anti-imperialist, of course, 1,000% of the blame is on the empire. It's on the blockade. I don't think Cuba's ever really been able to be Cuba. Michael Parenti, the late scholar, incredible revolutionary, he talked a lot about this, and he said, when you're a besieged state, you don't have the luxury of always investing in transport and education and in food because you're trying to defend yourself. And that happened to the Soviet Union with the Star Wars in the Reagan years. And of course, that has happened to the Sandinistas. And so Cuba has had to emphasize so much on their counterintelligence programs. And of course now, because there's still flights to Cuba from Miami. You can fly to many different parts of Cuba because Cuban Americans are really the tip of the spear of the private property, the private capital that is reinvading Cuba. So they need that flow of Miami Cubans flowing in. And they're the only ones that can move around and purchase things because they're the ones that have dollars and they can invest. You know, what is the exact correct line in terms of a defense of Cuba? I think all of these solidarity missions are so important. I would encourage the people who are able to visit to try to get off the everyday leftist tours, get out of the 5-star hotels, the last place in the country that has electricity. I don't even know if they do now, but they did at least at the beginning of May with these last delegations, and just try to hear from the Cuban people what their reality is as well, because there is a bit of a discrepancy there. And I think that part is controversial for the quote unquote Marxist left. But again, I'm an ethnographer, I'm a sociologist. Why am I hip to what's happening in Haiti? Well, I speak the Haitian people's language fluently. I've lived with Haitians, so I can see what happened with the gang attacks and these gangs of paramilitary agents displacing people, burning people down. And in Cuba, my methodology is to try to cover 10 to 15 kilometers every day, visit different families. One thing I did, Matt, before I pass it back to you, is I would get up at 6 a.m. and I would just walk through these neighborhoods, and I would meet different families, and I would say, hey, let's do breakfast together. You know, call over your neighbors. We'd get a group of 10, and I would say, you know, show me what's the struggle like for y'all to get breakfast. And one thing I discovered nowadays in Cuba, they call eggs steak. Their filet mignon is eggs. They can't access eggs. And in Cuba, they sell eggs. We talk about a decena, a dozen. Over there, it's un fil de huevos. That's 30 huevos, 30 eggs. Matt, 30 eggs costs about 4,000 pesos. That is a nurse's salary for the entire month.
Wow.
So hyperinflation is what was killing the Venezuelan people in the Obama level, Obama era sanctions in 2014 when I was in Venezuela. I followed Venezuela very closely over the years. And I think the Cubans are hoping for some type of opening up. A lot of us, again, on the left, I come from the left, so if you hear me, it's because that's the ideological training that I come out of. And a lot of us have pointed the finger and said, Delcy Rodriguez is sold out, and this Venezuelan leadership is sold out. I think that begs a much deeper discussion, because you have to understand, when imperialism has a gun to your head and they're starving your people, opening up might be the only way that those people can thrive. So you might have to take an ideological step back so that you can take 2 steps forward in terms of people accessing food. I think the Cuban government is opening to a Delcy Rodriguez, if you will, quotation marks-esque solution. But the CIA and the true ruling class is not. Their solution for Cuba is that Cuba roll back the clock, 1958, no social welfare net, no socialism, nothing publicly owned, no transportation publicly owned. And that's what they're doing. It's a silent invasion. And Trump's going to make, we know this, Matt, Trump is a mediocre buffoon. He's going to continue to make 1,000 arrogant, megalomaniac, narcissistic statements to distract us, and we might stop on Cuba on the way home from Iran. I mean, what human being talks like that? Never mind a president. The guy's a joke. The guy's a clown. He's a buffoon. But I think that distracts from the ongoing imperial knife cutting through the heart of the revolution, because the heart of the revolution is what? The masses of people. If you can't serve the masses of people, there's no revolution. So it's not that I'm trying to in any way deflate the dreams and the visions and the convictions of leftists and anti-imperialists, but you just have to be realistic about where things are at across Cuba.
Yeah, and I do think that technology comes into play too. Like, we can't live in a previous decade where we can kind of see the enemy and understand the extent of the techniques of war and the techniques of sanctioning and the techniques of what bombs look like. We're talking about the CIA and Mossad, and we talk about, I mean, we know that there's these programs now in place that are so far in advance. You mentioned Venezuela, Danny. I mean, just when you think about that operation of grabbing Maduro and how that even worked, when you have technology that's far beyond even our ability to comprehend, that they have at their fingertip to come in and make. Did they make all of Maduro's people just kind of froze in place with this very advanced AI technology that allowed them to take Maduro and his wife, just pick them right up, and they were like, what? They couldn't move. It was like a mute X-Men mutant movie, like a Marvel movie, where they're like, what is this superpower being used on us? So, and then that's just one example, but I think the idea is that we grow up and we realize imperialism is kind of the thing running the entire planet. We have to figure out a way to have a conversation with it somehow. We have to figure out how to maneuver through it. It's gotten so with the AI and the technology, we're looking at, I mean, man, we're looking at AI data centers popping up everywhere here. We're looking at, you know, the digital ID surge happening. So we know that, like, what do you do if you are, you know, fighting for your way of life, fighting for who you are? What can happen next without some sort of maneuver from the people who are literally starving to death right now? So I hear what you're saying here, and I think that it is important to have a more, I don't even want to say adult look, but just more like a more
sober,
modern look at what are we dealing with now that wasn't even in play, you know, decades ago.
A sober look, not a social media look, not a utopian.
Yeah.
You know, this is not the era of Ernesto Che Guevara. This is not the era of guerrilla warfare like the 1960s or 70s. So it's important to remain realistic. I mean, I actually was in Holguin, and I was with these families, and we were having dinner, and they said, oh, actually, our neighbors and our friends, their son was murdered by the U.S. in Venezuela. One of the 32 Cuban soldiers was assassinated. So I got to meet the family, and we spoke. And, you know, these are families struggling to put a plate of food on the table, and to think that somehow with a U.S. invasion, with U.S. military soldiers, you know, funded to the tune of the, you know, $1.5 trillion Pentagon budget and all of their AI weapons, it would be a David versus Goliath struggle. And one anecdote that they shared with me was that in Venezuela, when the Cuban soldiers and the Venezuelan soldiers shot back, the AI detected where the bullet came from. And as the bullet, you know, that millisecond as the bullet shoots out, those soldiers defending the Bolivarian homeland were immediately eviscerated, immediately turned into dust. Like literally, they were telling me reduced to human beings, reduced to ashes. So I think, you know, it's easy to be like, well, I'm gonna be like Ernesto Che Guevara and Fidel, and I think if that leadership was alive today, being the Marxists that they were, they would objectively sit down and try to assess. And I think the Cuban leadership is trying to negotiate. But Marco Rubio is not Marco Rubio. This has nothing to do with these individuals as individuals. Marco Rubio is nothing more than a mouthpiece of the biggest billionaires, including the Sheldons, the richest family in all of the Zionist colony that's invaded. You know, and Marco Rubio is well polished. I mean, that's what a politician is, right? It's the executive committee of the bourgeoisie, of the ruling class. So it's easy to point the finger at the mouthpieces of imperial interest, but they know exactly what they're doing in terms of recolonizing Cuba. And Matt, the other point, and hopefully we can show a little bit of the footage just to bring people in, because I think that also generates more of this necessary discussion on the left about how do we report on Cuba. There's a big influx of YouTubers going to Cuba now. Most of them are going to be opportunists, just trying to, they could care less about the Cuban people. They're just trying to go over there, similar to how people tried to show up in Syria with the counter-revolution in Syria, and just get a bunch of you know, clicks on social media. I'll just end with this one point. There's a huge generational breach in Cuba. If you talk to people my age and older, people who were born in the 70s, they grew up knowing what revolution was. But if you were born in the 1980s and you were already 8 years old in 1991, when East Germany, the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, the whole socialist camp falls, you grew up with hunger in the special period. You grew up without soap. You grew up without toothpaste. You grew up seeing 18, 19-year-old young Cuban women forced to sell themselves to Italian or Canadian tourists because that was the only way their family could eat. And I just think we have to have a much more complete picture of what Cuba is. So I hear from these 60, 70-year-olds, they're like, we're going to resist. This is just the next chapter of the revolution. I want matarlo todos. And I'm like, how would these 70-year-old guys who at most would have, like, I don't know, the most antiquated pistol ever be able to compete? So I just think it's important, you know, Amilcar Cabral, the Cape Verdean, Guinea-Bissauan revolutionary, always said, claim no easy victories, tell the people no lies. So I've seen that it's kind of as my role from Haiti to Cuba and around the world, because revolutions aren't made by generals and in statesmen. Revolutions are made by the Mambises. The Mambises, that's the word for the Cuban independence fighters led by Jose Marti, Antonio Maceo. But it wasn't the generals that made the revolution. It was the masses and masses of Cuban people. So I'm offering the temperature of the Cuban masses. That's the type of reporting that I'm doing.
Okay. Well, let's see some of the images here. I got a couple of these Instagram videos here. Here we go. This is, make sure I got the volume on this one. Okay. Here we go.
Ay, los ideales de Cuba y la realidad es candela, sí, pero por lo menos están conociendo un poco aquí conmigo. Acompáñeme, que vas a conocer Cuba completo. A lot of times in Cuba, you had these sugarcane refineries or metal factories, and they're just, as you can appreciate, abandonment, and the populations have to follow where they can survive. And you can see across Cuba, trash has become a huge issue. Cuba apocalíptico, ¿cómo que se dice? Apocalíptico, esa palabra, no me salió la palabra. De venga en candela. Yeah, so that clip across Cuba, I mean, Marco Rubio is not wrong. Of course, he's spreading propaganda and he's a mouthpiece of the enemy, but I've never seen so many Cubans forced to sort through the trash to eat. That's just a material reality, and it's heartbreaking. And people have come at me and said, well, why are you showing that? Fair argument if you want to live in some type of utopian clouds and pretend. But I think we should objectively understand the material reality of a country, because people's consciousness always lags behind material reality. In other words, material reality shapes where people are at. And overwhelmingly, Cubans under 50 and many over 50, their only desire is the same desire each and every one of us would have, and that is to flee Cuba, because Cuba is in the crosshairs of
It's in the crosshairs. Yeah.
It's not that they're unpatriotic. It has nothing to do with that. It's that similar to how many Palestinians have been forced to flee and leave their homeland. They never wanted to. As they say in Haiti, la calle c'est la calle. Home is always going to be home. But if you can't eat, you have no choice. So I think, Matt, one way to understand Cuba, and that's what I'm trying to show with this different footage, like if you've ever been to East Cleveland, if you've ever been to Gary, Indiana, where Michael Jackson was from, if you've been to Detroit, if you've been to Flint, if you've been to Camden, New Jersey, what'd you say?
Yeah, no, Flint is a great example. I remember being there back campaigning for the Democratic Party. I know, but back in the day, yeah, to see that the utter just completely abandoned by its own government, by its own,
and someone, and you see how people are forced to live in Flint, trying to survive, and a lot of people are hustling in the informal economy because there's no other way to survive. If someone said to you, well, Matt, but these people are revolutionary and there's going to be a revolution here, and that it's too simplified. Just because the people are oppressed or starved doesn't equal a revolution. That's not how revolution works. We have to take a measure of the objective conditions, how people are living, the transportation, the food situation, and then the subjective conditions, people's consciousness vis-a-vis their own revolution in Cuba. But all of the decay, entire sections of the cities that I mentioned in the Midwest just completely deteriorated. That's what I was really just trying to show, not to disrespect the Cuban masses in any way, but because I felt that this is what no one in Cuba ever objected. They took me into their homes. They took me everywhere, and they wanted me to film everything, and they didn't want to be on camera. I think that is a bullet point that we should talk about one day. Maybe your audience is ready, but the homeless left, I don't know if they're ready for all that. There's some things if I have a private conversation, like I said, I was just on the international media before this, and there's certain bullet points I'm going to say in the international media. If me and you are hanging out, having un batido de mame, that's a Cuban smoothie, the conversation is going to take, I'm going to take you in, deeper in a more intimate way. The last thing I wanted to mention before I kick it back to you, people may have noticed, maybe not, but I had to shoot all of this footage on a Chinese honor phone. Well, how come? Because when I arrived in Miami to return to Cuba, checked in, got the boarding pass and everything, swiped the boarding pass. So now all there is like that little kind of bridge area. If you can picture when you get onto a plane, who's waiting for me in front of the plane?
Oh, no.
4 FBI and Homeland Security agents. They stole my phone. So I show up in Cuba with no phone. This is a blockaded country. So I'm going all around Centro, Havana, La Habana. Yeah, I'm trying to get the best phone that I can. Wow. And man, they've done everything to make sure that we cannot get out the, they censor us on all of their social media apps. And so many of us still rely on social media for our news when we're so censored. Just be careful. We should never forget that social media is the domain of our class enemy.
Oh, yeah. And they tell us that too. We hear this. Netanyahu tells us the eighth front war is social media. And it's 100%. We have to be very careful how we use it. But for you to have pulled this off after what they did to you at the airport, that's unbelievable. I can't believe. So you were able to somehow piece this together on your own, like having to use old techniques before pre-cell phone days, right? Where you have to kind of, I'm in Cuba right now, and I have to figure out how I can communicate and figure out the technology on my own, because that sounds like what you were able to do. So bravo to you for figuring that out and fighting back, because they certainly did not want you to be successful at this this adventure that you were able to come back and tell us about this now. And I hear you, what you're saying about certain things don't want to be discussed, don't want to be uploaded to social media, don't want to be out there for the world to see. That makes sense. But would you feel in general that they want to be seen or at least like acknowledged, right? Or are you saying there are people that didn't even want you to have the camera up at all? I'm trying to.
No. The point that I'm making is that the Cuban masses, I'm not trying to be the spokesperson for 10 million human beings, but
of course.
The overwhelming pattern, the tendency. Cuban people would tell me all these things, and back in the day, 2014, I very naively would then turn the camera on them and say, well, you're teaching me. This is, 2014, social media isn't what it is today. That's 12 years ago, but we had Facebook, whatever. And they would say, are you crazy? I can't say these things on camera. They were afraid of incurring punishment for saying, because this is where it starts to get controversial. And that's why I'm self-censoring, because I think the Cuban government, and I say this with love, if you love a people, if you love a revolution, you tell the truth. To perpetuate myths, I don't think that's respecting a people, but I think that's the debate within the left. We all know who the enemy is. That's not up for a debate. But when you hear me speak, I'm going to bring people deeper into what the actual Cuban revolution or Cuban counter-revolution, I think the counter-revolution is there. That's the main point that I've been studying and researching. But there's this tendency to overglorify it, because, I always ask my students this. If you go to Cancun for a week and you're waited on by Mexicanos and Mexicanas and you're at the beach and you're drinking, did you really go to Mexico? If you go to Cuba and you got your supplies and you make donations, which is, of course, a very good thing, but you just stay at a 5-star hotel and you go to this Congress and that conference and then you go march in a Malecón against the blockade, it's great what you did. I'm not knocking it. But do you have a true sociological picture, an accurate portrait of what's happening in Cuba? Of course not. So that's why I had to step out of my own comfort zone. And last week, what did the Cuban government pass? More restrictive laws on who can get into Cuba and what Cubans can leave Cuba, because they're aware of this social media tendency and different independent journalists coming in, and they're very afraid. Because if I was a right winger with this footage, imagine what I could do with this footage. I'm contextualizing it within a war on Cuba, a psychological war, an informational war, a diplomatic war, chiefly an economic war, a military war, an intelligence war. That trash, you know, Marco Rubio says that trash is the Cuban system's fault. We're saying something different, but the trash is there. I never saw in Cuba, you would never see a piece of trash across Cuba. It's built into Cuban culture, the psychology of the revolution, a fidelista people. The Cuban people to this day are very fidelista. Now you see trash everywhere because people are exasperated, they're dispirited, and that's what counter-revolution is.
Yeah, in the context of how you present this is key, and I totally agree with you. Marco Rubio would take some of your footage and just back up what he's doing because he has his spin on it. But this is why they don't want you they don't want you having your ability, your access to technology, and to be able to do it the way the honest way you are attempting and coming through and doing right here. And this is why these conversations are important. I had a question, Danny, for you that it occurred to me. When we look around at all of the targets that we've seen, we have been the perpetrators of all of this aggression and destruction. All of these different targets we've had, in the crosshairs, as they say, from Venezuela, Iran. Right now, we know what happened to Palestine. We know that Cuba is in the crosshairs right now. What is the from a let's get into the side of the head of the imperialists. What would be your best assessment of these people, these like Scott Bessents and Victoria Nuland's and all these people that for decades have told us that that sanctioning and putting pressure on these places means that you're inspiring people to revolt against their own government. And yet it never happens. It never happens. Whether it's Ukraine is going to, the money into Ukraine is going to allow the sanctioning to make the Russian people stand up against Putin. And that doesn't happen. And there's time after time, it never happens. And we talk about the psychology of what a revolution looks like. Do these people that tell us this is why we have to do this to people around the world, do they actually think that thing will happen? Or is this just the lie they tell in order to funnel more money into their pockets, but they know that there's not actually the goal is not going to be achieved because that's not the way things work, right? I mean, do they believe this or are they just lying?
They're lying, and they are faithful to a different set of class interests. They could care less about Cuban children and Cuban abuelitos, the elderly, because it's the most vulnerable that are the most impacted by sanctions. I'm sure many people have seen the clips from hospitals and children being disconnected from ventilators. That's going to make people want to do what? It's going to make people set up a wake and a funeral and mourn and get depressed. And we should be measuring mental health metrics across Cuba. I've never seen so much alcoholism. I've never seen so much depression. I've never seen people so desesperado, full of despair that they have to throw themselves into the sea. Balseros, when you try to take little boats and get to Puerto Rico, Miami, wherever. I've never seen the drug epidemic in Cuba, el químico, el papelito. These are the different things that I seek to document. Any one of us can go to one of those festivals in Havana, and those festivals are important. I'm not trying to knock them. I just see myself as playing a different role. Cubans' hearts are broken. Cuban people, though, have been socialized in different ways that we should really study. And this is what we don't understand in the left, because everything's lost in translation. If you don't listen to the Cuban people, how could you ever have a true sense of the Cuban Revolution? That's the ultimate point that I'm making. And Cubans talk about a dictatorship of fear. They're very afraid about talking bad in any way or being perceived as talking bad about the revolution, because very quickly they can be labeled a gusano or a counter-revolutionary. But when you have all this private property coming in, there's a clip I want to post it ASAP actually, but I just want to give you a typical scene in Santiago de Cuba. That's like the Los Angeles of Cuba in the sense that it's the second biggest city. Cuban Communist Party headquarters is here. There's a private business, private restaurant here, and there's another one over here, and then you have just the general neighborhood. And then you have all these different police, Cuban police, who are guarding, protecting the Cuban Communist Party, because if people are hungry and they come out, they can't throw a rock at the White House. They can't throw a rock at Mar-a-Lago. You know, Cubans are good at baseball, but their arms aren't that strong to reach across the Caribbean Sea, the Atlantic Ocean, to reach Trump. So where are they going to throw the rock? And actually, those were the mainstream headlines today about different, you know, protests in Havana. There's been protests in Camagüey, and this is another thing that I was trying to document. But the protests are going to be against the Cuban government because that's who they're going to hold responsible in the immediate sense, because there's no electricity. Like when I heard Cubans, they weren't telling me Trump and Rubio cut out the electricity for 18 hours today. They were saying, you know, the Cubans, the people in power. And of course, Marco Rubio and them know that. That's the strategy, right? But just back to this very practical corner by Plaza de Marte, where I was staying in Santiago. Cuban Communist Party headquarters, 2 private businesses, the entire neighborhood, the police protecting the Cuban Communist Party headquarters, and then everyone in the neighborhood. And I was like, well, there's food right there. And they would say, what do you mean there's food where? And I'd say right there in the Mipime. It was called like Delicias or whatever the heck the name of that restaurant is. But it's only for me. It's only for Cubans who travel. It's only for tourists, and there's no tourists left in Cuba right now. I wasn't there as a tourist, of course, but none of the Cuban people can access those restaurants. Those restaurants are thriving. So it's not a blockade of Cuba. It's a blockade of the 99%. It's a blockade of the revolutionary Cuban masses, who are the ones that made the revolution. So I think we have to have that very clear. And of course, that brings up the million-dollar question that I haven't heard anyone on the left ask. And I'm going to put it out there. I'm not going to give all the answers right now. We don't have time. Nor do we plan on this. But this Cuban government, is it truly loyal to the principles of past Cuban governments of Fidel and Camilo Cienfuegos, y de Santa Maria, and Raúl? Or is this Cuban government, like you said, had to survive and now represents a new emerging class in Cuba, the class that represents the MIPIMES in this private capital? Even in the smallest towns, there would be these restaurants that are dollarized. And if they're not dollarized, you have to, I saw different, whether they were Cuban officials or Cubans who traveled, they would pull out wads of Cuban pesos like this to pay for dinner. 99% of Cubans could never go in those restaurants. So who are the Cuban police protecting? And for asking this question, Matt, can you imagine the discomfort it's going to bring up on our Western left who just, long live Fidel, long live Cuba? And I think we need to be dialectical in that sense if we truly love Cuba and support the Cuban Revolution and want it to somehow transcend this. If the special period was 1991, what is this? This is the genocidal period. This is the criminal period. And I'm just quoting different Cuban comrades who broke that down to me.
Yeah. Man, it saddens me that you're not hearing them draw, a lot of them not drawing the connection to Trump and Rubio and Lindsey Graham, and they're saying we want to protest that. I guess in a sense you could say their little plot is working in a sense to some of them at least. So they're not drawing those connections. That's too bad. I guess we have the same issue in Venezuela as well, right? Some of them, they just go right. They say, hey, this is we're sick and tired of our living conditions, without drawing the connection that we're causing that. And maybe that is the part that these psychopaths here do count on, that there's a certain amount of them that aren't going to draw that connection. But yeah, that's
I remember in 2001, just another quick ethnographic anecdote. I remember in 2001, because this is the big thing, Matt. I can't tell you how many times one of my nicknames in Cuba is El Comunistón. That means the big communist, like the true communist. Because often I'm to the left of the Cuban masses. And the first thing they're always like is, if you believe that, you come live here. Let's trade places for a few months. Let's see how faithful you are to the revolution. You're not the one being starved every day. So that gets into the, the dialectical nature of that psychological dynamic. But I'll never forget in 2001, I was telling all these Cuban friends, and I was over there for boxing when I was still active fighting. And I was saying, y'all want to end up like Haiti and the Dominican Republic with sweatshops and the free market and exploitation. And they were like, yes, please, you go back, you tell Clinton, you tell Bush, send all the sweatshops you want. You think it's bad being exploited? Try not being exploited. Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
And again, you can hate me all you want. You know, whatever leftist viewers, because I've been a leftist my whole life. You can hate me all you want. You know who you're hating on? The Cuban masses. I haven't made none of this up. This comes from 31 years. You know, obviously I didn't live 31 years there, but the intimacy that I accumulated. And I think that's why a lot of people misunderstand all the work I've done in the Caribbean and in Haiti and Cuba in particular.
Well, we don't want to, you know, this is a conversation we need to keep having, and I appreciate you coming back on. I just wanted to put one more check because I just see this other one you had here on Instagram. Don't forget about Cuba. Just want to play a little bit of this before you go, just so people can see. And you were able to
hit the volume quick.
Okay, got
Typical
Cuban house, but how can you use the blender if you only have 1-2 hours of electricity every day? People are opening up their houses to me. Just they want the world to see what this blockade has done to their lives. This is a community called Indayita. This is Santiago de Cuba. The residents have given me permission to film. This is forgotten land, an abandoned, forgotten, blockaded people. Outside of Indayita, you can see all the people waiting for a bus, waiting for any transportation. Usually there would be after school activities here at one of the combinados deportivos that exist in almost every neighborhood, but you can see no electricity, no activities for the children. Dozens and dozens of children just crossed their little bridge coming from school.
And, you know, with those children, there was a group of like 100 children, and I was in that community, and I said, you know, to the children, what did you eat in school today? And they yelled out, arroz solo, you know, just a little bit of white rice. They can no longer give the chickpeas. They can no longer give black beans. And all you're having for lunch as an 8-year-old in school is a little cup of white rice. But the little kids didn't say, Marco Rubio, Trump, the imperialists cut off. You know, they said ellos, and they're talking about the school officials because, yes, I think it's a part of human psychology. You think of the power closest to you. You're not going to Washington, D.C. or Brussels. They're at fault. Of course, people who are more forward thinking, and I think the generation of Fidel, the revolutionary generations, but this generation doesn't think that way. Again, I'm just the messenger. But let's end on a note of revolutionary optimism because that is our responsibility. Of course, we fight to keep going with that Bolivarian unity. Bolivia has fallen, at least at the level of state power, back in August last year with the right-wing victory there. I wonder what's going to happen to Nicaragua. We've seen what's happening in Venezuela right now. They're trying to turn back the clock on the Bolivarian revolution, but China is strong. We just saw Trump's massive fail in China, and that's the only way Cuba could ever somehow survive. If there is even a revolution that still exists. I think that's an honest question. I don't say any of these things lightly, but China would have to get in there, Russia. I mean, but they had all these other countries are facing massive proxy wars, and Chinese foreign policy. This is not 1969 with Mao Zedong and in Zhou Enlai. This is a very different period of Chinese leadership. So, but that's what Cubans want. They want true solidarity. Cubans don't want to be a 1958 colony of the U.S. again, but they don't. How could they ever see another type of hope? So, this is the reality that I lived with my month in Cuba.
Professor Danny Shaw, thanks so much for sharing your personal not just your coverage of this, but your personal story, because you engaged, you ingrained yourself in there, and you came out still in one piece. So we appreciate your hard work and courage, and resilience doing this work. Inspires the rest of us. Anything, just let us know where we can find you and keep up with you.
At Prof. Danny Shaw on X and in IG. I have a website called Left Hook Media, combining the boxing experience with the Marxist anti-imperialist experience. And just as a parting comment, the FBI has now detained me and interrogated me 3 times in the past 2 years. No one wants to be isolated. That's why they've detained me, interrogated me, intimidated me when I came back from international conferences in defense of Palestine. And it's always Homeland Security, ICE, FBI working together, the security state, the fascist state. So they are here. This is what they are doing. They are going after dissidents. Shout out to dissidents. I remember them. Comrades from a few years back, and Pasta and Fiorella, everyone doing this work. And I got a notice on Monday about from Apple. I don't know if Apple has some transparency internally, but in the Biden years, 2024, before Biden was out, they opened up the FBI opened up another investigation. They were getting all my information from Apple. So I'm saying it publicly because what defense do I have? Of course, I have my legal defense. I have my lawyers, but why should an adjunct professor have to be spending so much on lawyers because he's against the starvation of Cuba and Palestine? That is the United States of Trump in 2026.
That is. I got to throw this one up here real quick. Los dos cabos badasses. Keep up the good work. Please forgive my horrible Spanish. I use Google Translate. Well, hey. Appreciate the sentiment, though.
I've been called many things, Matt, but I'll take that one.
Yeah, there it is. Okay. We'll end on a good note there.
I'll wear my IRA beret next time and switch it on my Haiti flag.
Nice. Love it. Thank you so much, Professor Danny Shaw, everybody.
Be well, brother. Take care.
You too.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Oh, man. Great conversation there. We do these long shows, guys, and there's a reason. Every time I go, hey, do we really want to do another 5-hour show? And it's like, well, yeah, we kind of have to, especially days like today. There's so much to get into, and we want to give the proper time, deserving. We don't want to just rush through these stories. Some of them can be quicker than others, of course. I do like it when we do have opportunities to do more fun, quick stories, but in these situations, we do have to sit down and have it out. And then what does end up happening is we have to bump stories to another day, because we kind of cut it off at the 5 hour. That's generally the consensus. If we go over 5, that's too much. That's too much. But we'll just carry over those stories to the next time if we're able to. So with that said, we're gonna go to a quick break. Actually, let me do a couple more of the super chats, because I've seen them coming in throughout, and we haven't done any of it. We just did that one thank you for that super chat, Chris. We see you on here, Citizen. We'll get to yours as well. Here we are, Citizen. Thank you so much. After Iran, U.S. will try to save face, going for Cuba next. Yeah, I think it was always on that list. I think that was the whole point. Was that you have a pecking order, kind of a checklist. I think one of these characters, I can't remember the film, has like a hit list going through them all, checking them off. Oh, was it Harvey or Barnum in No Country? He was like going through his list. So yeah, Cuba's next, as Lindsey Graham tells us, right? All right, so let's do. Oh, here's another one. Deep Green VO. Thanks so much for the super chat. Tucker Carlson's interview with Zelensky's former press secretary was quite revealing. Yes, we did play that clip on the segment with Jay earlier in the show. You guys can go watch that when we upload it again, or just watch it on replay. Very interesting interview. I have to admit, we didn't see the whole thing. That clip stuck out, so we certainly were utilizing it, because she definitely had a pretty nice breakdown as far as the optics right now in behind the scenes with Zelensky and his staff, which keeps he keeps losing them one at a time apparently. So thanks for that super chat. We'll do one more and I'll save the rest. We'll get to the rest later in talking back. But I do think I saw a citizen, you put some up before we went live, and I do appreciate that. This one before we actually started the show, trying to help us with the algorithm. We really appreciate this, citizen. One, wouldn't you say there's a method to Blazarian's madness? Yes, and Craig Pasta talks about this. There's certainly a method. Come August, decline in Baker's favor. Yeah, they always that's right. We get closer to the actual election time, and there's a little maneuver that happens. We'll do some actual coverage on Blazarian. We haven't actually done that. We had a little debate with Pasta about it earlier last week, or I can't remember what episode. But we'll look closer at that. We're in campaign season right now, so we're gonna have to look at all of the different interesting little races going on. So we'll come back to that one. 2, let them try new lockdowns. Equals revolution. And we have discussed this. We're going to actually have some more coming up on the pandemic part 2, which is the hantavirus. So we're going to be doing more of that coverage coming up after the break here. So yes, absolutely. Thanks for that. And one more here for now. This also came up before we went live. But thank you so much, citizen, for the super chat. DiCaprio's Django is an allegory of the E-Files. Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. It's interesting how many of these films tell us about this pedo class and all their little shenanigans and all their little, red potions that make them all of a sudden have more energy. And the kid, there's so much hidden in the films, and it's not really hidden when we know about this stuff. Now we go back. Yeah, I'd be interested in watching that performance of DiCaprio again and seeing what else is going on in that. So thanks for that, citizen. Okay, we'll be coming right back here, guys, with some top censored news of the week. Coming right up. This is a quick little pause so we can set up. We have a We Know What It's Not segment as well. We'll be talking back with you guys and loudest voice of the week as well. So we got a lot more coming up here. So let me go ahead and give you guys a little break, a little pause. And why don't we do it with this one? Remember those AI machines that are taking over? We got all the data centers coming up, popping up everywhere. Oh yeah, those robots, those humanoid AI robots, they're getting pretty good at taking our jobs. So yeah, they're working just as fast as human workers now. So check this one out. We'll see you guys back here in about 2.5, 3 for some top censored news of the week. This is the Homeless Left. Matt Weinglass. Be right back. Non-tribal approach to news. Uncanceled Comedy Collective presents Top Censored News of the Week. It's Top Censored News of the Week. We're bringing you the stories the mainstream media just refuses to cover. If they do cover them, they always do it in a very dishonest or sloppy way. And it's always on purpose. Coming in at number 3 today, AI data centers spark Nevada Electric Company to permanently cut off 50,000 residents' power in Lake Tahoe, with more cuts coming after that. Let's look at the story here as reported. Somewhat honestly, not so fully transparent in Fortune magazine. Nearly 50,000 Lake Tahoe residents have to find new power source after their energy source looks to redirect lines to data centers. All right. Well, it looks like that Lake Tahoe doesn't know where its power will be coming from after the next ski season. This is a problem for just under 50,000 residents. Who got the call? This is a pretty serious phone call to get. So the NV Energy, that's the energy source. It's the Nevada utility company. They've supplied the bulk of Lake Tahoe's electricity for decades. They told Liberty Utilities, that's the company in California, small company that services the region, but they rely on the actual power from NV Energy. And they told the utility company they are not going to be providing power after May 2027. So you're not going to be able to do your job. You're not going to be, your company's not going to exist anymore, and neither will the customer's ability to have power. Why? Well, the NV Energy company, they actually now need to use their power for data centers, as in the energy supplier for Lake Tahoe and actual people and houses and homes and families. They're telling the utility company, we don't need your services anymore. So tell all your customers to go F off. And then this is from one of the, it's a nonprofit called Tahoe Spark, and it's basically an activist group. And this is Daniel Hughes, and she says, it's like we don't exist, which is pretty much what they're saying. F you, good riddance. That's how it goes. AI companies, AI data centers will be the only ones using this power for, at least for these houses, for right now. This is the map of Lake Tahoe. If you guys have ever been there, it's a huge for ski season. It's huge for tourist attractions. These are all the places affected in these areas. And if in the red areas, those are the ones, I don't know if they're going to be part of the turnoff. I think that it's the ones in the blue. But what's going on is, even if you're not losing the power, you still had a 100% increase in your electric bill in the last 4 years. So that's on top of the fact of whether you're being told you won't have any more power. If you even have it, you're paying double what you used to pay, and that's not going to change. So that's the best case scenario for these people. And then here's a deflection from Fortune magazine. They are going to tell you, oh, this is nothing new. This is just business as usual, right? According to Nevada Energy. This is from Katie Joe Collier, a spokesperson from the shitty company. She's saying, well, you know what? There was an understanding. It's been a long time. We've taught, this Liberty company out of California, they should have known this was company. We give plenty of notice. So I don't know what the problem is. This has been a planned transition for many years, not a reaction to recent developments. And what do they mean by recent developments? What's all these greenlit new data centers being popped up right now? So she's trying to deflect and say, we've always had this short-term relationship. We always knew this was coming. This was always part of the plan. And the timing of us cutting off 50,000 people has nothing to do with all of these new data centers just magically, very recently, being greenlit all over the country. And I'm going to bring this chart up so you guys understand. This is before the green lighting of new companies. We already were at 3,700 data centers, beyond second place Germany at 443. And there's China way down at fourth, who we're pretending that it's all about, we have to stop China from taking over the world with all of their AI tech, even though they only have, as of 2025, they only have had 428 centers. We were at, again, a massive 3,757. This was a year ago. Okay. So now we know that there's this massive push to even pop up even new ones. We understand that the biggest one ever, we reported this on the last show, is in Utah. The people there are furious. They've been protesting the crap out of this. They're popping up in Georgia, Nevada, as you've seen, Oregon. They're all over the place. They're even on the East Coast. They're in Jersey as well. So make no mistake, these are coming up everywhere. There's a lot of, we talked to you guys about the reason behind this, what people can do about it, but understand that this is more than just this is not just about competing with China. This is about data collecting and using and ushering us into the digital ID age, where we are totally basically at a level where we'll have absolutely no say in anything we do, as far as even having access to any utility. And what they call utility, what Sam Altman calls utility, is anything, information, not just water, power. We're talking about air, water, everything is a utility now that they can charge you for. So here's a brief breakdown I want to show you of the Reese report covering this horrible problem that's happening across the country right now, more so than in any other part of the world.
AI data centers in America have already become hugely unpopular. The noise pollution from their cooling systems reach up to 100 decibels and run non-stop. They are drawing down aquifers in areas that are already in short supply, turning the water brown and tainting it with a disinfectant smell. And there is no benefit to the local community. A U.S. Chamber of Commerce report found that each data center provides about 157 jobs. Because of all this, developers have been using non-disclosure agreements with local officials, and projects are announced only weeks before voting for approval.
And this is why this is happening so fast, because they've been plotting it and no one's known about it, because no one's saying a word, because they've had NDAs. Just so you know, that's why this is all happening. It feels like very instantaneously, but they've been plotting it forever. And then you got spokespeople like in Nevada, at Nevada Energy, telling you, oh no, this has always been a thing. This is nothing to do with anything. Just don't worry about it. This is just normal happenings. Don't worry about it.
There are now nearly 200 active opposition groups across the United States, and it's growing fast. The official story is that the U.S. needs to stay competitive to beat China in an artificial intelligence arms race. But that story does not add up. The United States has already built over 4,000 data centers. China ranks at number 4 with 368. What they appear to be is the infrastructure for a new financial system, one that includes mass surveillance and autonomous weapon systems to protect it. The US dollar system is quickly collapsing, which would devastate the entire world economy. The only solution being played out is the AI agentic economy, which requires a massive amount of computing power. This new AI agentic system will be run by autonomous software entities that can own wallets, earn and spend money, create contracts, and transact with each other without human intermediaries. This addresses the debt problem by growing the economy faster than the debt accumulates. Like the petrodollar, it extends US dollar hegemony without fixing its core issue, the debt. The Bank for International Settlements is the bank for central banks. It is immune from any national law, and its employees have diplomatic immunity. It answers to no government on earth, and every central bank is a member.
All right, so this isn't stopping. This is going to keep going. What can the people do? We talk about protests. We talk about resistance. How does that work? Some places are being more successful than others. The best example we saw, at least from a on the ground level in New Jersey. Here's what came up, and this is very promising, I guess. New Jersey residents are fighting back against AI data centers. They burn 5 million gallons of water a day, and residents say power bills are rising 80% to fund infrastructure for private firms. And what's going to happen is you're going to get these notices that they got in Nevada that say you're no longer even going to be provided your power anymore, let alone we upped your bill by 4 times. So here's what they did in New Jersey.
Say what? They canceled it!
Stand up! We are going to be fighting against data centers everywhere in New Jersey. Each and every one of you again. And we say a big fuck you to big tech. We say a big fuck you to private equity. And it's time to build communities, not data centers. We're here today because there's a proposed data center popping up here in New Brunswick. There are hundreds of concerned residents showing up. People are fired up. They do not want big tech in their community. They do not want these data centers popping up in black and brown majority neighborhoods. It is done like that for a reason. These billionaires and financiers at AMZAC Capital Management know exactly what they're doing because they are doing it everywhere. So we are asking the city council tonight to do the fucking right thing and stop this data center from moving forward. No! 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 Energy rates have gone up by 20 to 30%. 70% of that is being caused by data centers built in the PJM region, okay? Water bills, right? New Brunswick residents know water bills doubled in 2025 to handle the infrastructure. It's gonna go up another $10 on water and sewer this year. So this project is gonna raise bills for your energy and for your water.
Inspiring. Still, this isn't just a local problem in New Jersey. So I don't know. The organizing's got to be done from the ground up. This is what we call a bottom up movement that would need to be coordinated nationwide, or at least citywide at first, but like not just one here, one there, because this is going to continue to get worse and worse. And I think that the key point is that they've been planning this behind our backs the whole time. And because they've been pushing these contracts through, and with the NDAs, they haven't disclosed this information. And so now all of a sudden, no, we got the green light, we're going, and they're doing them fast. So I say take to the streets if you can. If it's happening in your own neighborhood, it's not just your power bill going up. It's the disgusting smell. It's the takeover of the land and the farmland and the food, and everything's affected. Not to mention the noise, the emissions of pollution. This is all bad. It's a whole list of things that are bad here. And I think a real bottoms up movement can do something about it. But it's a massive fight that we're going to have to undertake here. So we'll certainly keep an eye on this one. Even if the mainstream says, oh, this was bound to happen and it's not a big deal and it's just the way things are. And no, they don't have to be this way. If the people demand, we can actually make a change. Okay, so let's move on. Coming in at number 2, Israel readies to take action against Iran, according to Defense Minister Katz. Let's hear it from his own mouth. Oh, we love these little confessions. Which are always in Hebrew, aren't they? Okay, let's check this one out. Here we go. And if our mission and our mission is not yet complete, we must complete the campaign objectives in a way that ensures that Iran will no longer be a threat to the existence of the state of Israel, to the forces of the United States, and to the entire free world for generations to come. As I've said in the past, we are prepared for the possibility that we soon will be required to take action, again, to ensure the realization of these goals. What do you mean by that? Take action independently of the United States. We've been hearing this being dropped little at a time. Sprinkle it in here, sprinkle it in there. They say it in Hebrew all the time. But it does seem like that when all else fails, the chances of Israel nuking Iran is certainly on the table right now. Certainly on the table. Let's hear from John Meschheimer, who's going to tell us how close we might be to this reality right now.
I think this is a remarkably dangerous situation. If the Israelis lose in Iran, they will be fully aware that they lost. They will be fully aware that they will have enraged the Iranian body populace. Right? They will be fully aware that an Iran with nuclear weapons will be very, very dangerous from Israel's perspective, and they will go to great lengths to prevent that. And if they can't prevent it through conventional means, then we get to a scenario where they think about using nuclear weapons. And as we know, there's no state on the planet that is more ruthless, more murderous than the Israelis. So the idea that they would use nuclear weapons is certainly plausible. And I really worry about this scenario.
Yeah, we're all pretty worried about it, because we know how Israel behaves. We know what they're doing right now. We know that they have completely turned Gaza into a parking lot. We know that they're annexing South Lebanon in real time. We know what they've done to Syria. We know what they are doing in the West Bank right now. This is not a joke. So when we talk about what they want in Iran and how they're not going to stop just because the U.S. changes course or realizes that our entire economy has fallen apart. They're going to go do it on their own. So in the meantime, what are they doing for shits and giggles? Well, they're doing things like this in South Lebanon, just to remind you guys how they behave regularly. This is the playbook from Gaza. We're seeing it everywhere else now too. Here we go. This is a father and son walking home. What kind of threat are they to the IDF? What kind of threat? Murdered by the IDF for no reason except for shits and giggles. They decided to blow them out of the sky, from the sky. You see that again? Boom, boom. Get those Hezbollah. They're animals. We gotta take them out. Right? They're barbaric. You remember that one? Barbaric. Barbarism. Look at this father and son committing barbarism, right? Wasn't that the whole thing with Hamas? So that's what they do for shits and giggles while they're waiting around to see if they can pull off another ploy to get more U.S. taxpayer money, more U.S. military personnel, by the way, more manufactured consent from whatever is left of this MAGA base that thinks that Trump is doing something noble and heroic in the Middle East. Are you effing kidding me? And while all that's happening, what is Trump doing? Trump keeps talking about, the irony is Trump keeps talking about the nuclear threat, not of Israel, of course, the nuclear threat of Iran, which is a complete, total scam and total lie. And he will tell you on camera that he prefers to think about that as his thought process every morning than think about Americans' well-being and their financial situation right now. He'll tell you this.
President, to what extent are American financial situations motivating you to make a deal?
Not even a little bit. The only thing that matters when I'm talking about Iran, they can't have a nuclear weapon. I don't think about American financial situation. I don't think about anybody. I think about one thing. We cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. That's the only thing that motivates me.
That's the only thing I think about. And that's not unique to Trump. Guess what? None of our other leaders have also given a crap about Americans' financial situation. Trump is just the guy that says it out loud. That's the only difference. So don't think just because he said it, he's the only one that thought it. They all think it. They all believe it. They don't give a shit. They work on behalf of Israel until we can't work on behalf of Israel anymore. And Israel has to go out and do it themselves. So they're telling us this in English. They're telling us this in Hebrew. They're saying we got to get it done with or without the United States. It's on. So let's hope that that we're overreacting and that we're wrong about this. But we've seen we've seen what do you call it? The Samson option. We've seen the Samson option. We know what that looks like. That means that you F us, you are best friends, but if you stab us in the back, we will F you up so bad you'll wish you were never our friend in the first place. Okay, coming in at number 1, top censored news of the week. Hantavirus PCR test sequences repeatedly match human DNA. New blast analysis raises, what do you call it? False positive concerns. What? Are you saying the PCR tests might not be accurate? Oh, and they're getting this thing ready. They're certainly getting this thing ready. Well, you got to drum up the fear and the pandemonium about the disease first, the virus first, right? And then you can get the PCR test out. So take it away, CBS, you guys know what you're good for. Go for it. Here we go.
Out of the hantavirus outbreak linked to that cruise ship we've been covering, 3 people in Kansas, people who came into contact with an infected passenger, are now being monitored. Our Ian Lee has more on that, plus news of a separate cruise ship outbreak of a different virus.
Okay, so keep track of what he's saying. He's saying there's 3 people that they're keeping track of from the original cruise ship, and now there's another cruise ship that has been infected by another virus. Okay, so break this down for us. What do we know about these 3 people?
We have a dresser and a fridge.
Jake Rosemarin is one of the 16 Americans at the University of Nebraska Medical Center being monitored for signs of hantavirus.
Oh my God, not this guy. We just covered him. This is the Israeli spy intern from Jerusalem who, if you look at his social media, this guy, he has been pushing COVID and COVID vaccines and COVID boosters the entire way through the 2020s. And now he just happens to be on the ship, one of the 16 passengers being monitored in quarantine with no symptoms, by the way. And he's going to check in all the time. He's checking in on CBS. He's the perfect voice. He has when he talks, he's got this like he's about to burst into tears at any point. So he's the perfect dude to crisis actor fear into you, so you're ready for your PCR test, and ultimately, so you're ready for your vaccine, which you're going to need because the PCR test is going to tell you that you have a thing that the number one symptom is no symptoms. But yeah, carry on with your journalism, CBS.
I feel well. I have no symptoms.
Meet Liana, part-time chef, full-time mom. She was surprised she could afford healthcare with Anthem Medicaid. This is Medicaid.
Wait, how did that? What went wrong with that one? Hold on. Okay, here we go. That was just a little commercial interruption. Okay, let me slip it in here. Here we go.
40 days left here in quarantine.
None of the patients are showing symptoms, but one person is in the biocontainment unit waiting for test results.
We're doing our routine screening.
Okay, hold on. Whoa. None of the people are showing symptoms, but one person's in a biocontainment. What? Waiting for test results? What test? What test? PCR test? What? No symptoms. So nobody has symptoms. What are you talking about? What are you testing? What test are you using? These are all valid questions, by the way.
Twice a day temperature checks and twice a day symptom checks, and everyone's asymptomatic.
Official
temperature checks and symptom checks. Nobody has shit. What are you doing? What are we doing? Huh?
Previously said the person tested positive for the virus, but now
tested positive with what? A PCR? But it doesn't have any symptoms? What's the positive of what?
I'll say those results were inconclusive.
Oh, they were inconclusive on top of the fact that they were testing positive, but also inconclusive positive. So you have inconclusive positive testing. You're doing temperature checks, symptom checks, 0, 0, 0, and that's fine because we know that there's no symptoms is the number one symptom of the hantavirus. Just like COVID, the number one symptom of COVID was what? No symptoms. So what are we going through this charade? And why is this crisis actor, ex-Israeli spy guy, crying on command? What are you doing? What are you guys? What is this?
There are 8 confirmed cases of hantavirus coming from the Honduras, including a French woman currently on life support. French health officials tonight.
A French woman on life support. Is it related to this virus? We don't know. You're not even being clear about that. Why is she on life support? What's going on? One person on life support, and now we have a massive global problem that's about to be a global pandemic. That's what we're talking about? Who's this person on life support? Why? One person, and we have to do all this. Okay.
Are dealing with another cruise ship crisis. A suspected norovirus outbreak aboard the British ship The Ambition.
Oh, another outbreak. Norovirus. We're suspicious. We're suspicious of a norovirus now. Okay.
Has killed one passenger and sickened dozens. The ship with 1,700 on board has just been cleared to resume operations.
Rather large amount of fuss was made about the hantavirus.
has probably caused them to have to show that they are taking things seriously.
I pressed doctors on when they'll feel comfortable for people to return home. They say the CDC and health officials will ultimately make that call. So for now, those passengers will remain here. Tony?
Yep. You're quarantining with your non-symptom virus that we created, and you have to await further instructions. So this is the WHO people. These are the people that really are calling the shots. They had run into it's interesting the timing of the WHO, because they were trying to lock in their global strategy for pandemic. I guess them having all the leadway to make global decisions about every country's health, and they couldn't get like the paperwork signed by a lot of different countries that were on the fence. So they said, well, the next pandemic's coming and you guys better be ready. So it's almost as if this was really good timing to push something like this right about now. But they're talking about the non-symptoms. They're talking about PCR tests. This is what they're talking about right now at the WHO.
Mission, this is a question we've seen a lot. You did just address it. So what we've known from previous outbreaks, that people are most contagious when they start to feel ill. That's when the viral load, the amount of virus in them is higher, and therefore they could transmit it literally out. But you're also saying even a couple of days before they really feel those symptoms.
Oh, a couple of days before. That's when we want to catch it. Before you, so you're going to get symptoms, but we need to catch it before you do. Okay. So you're going to trust our testing. Sure.
They might also be contagious, essentially. And that's why there's that idea to keep them away from other people the whole time.
So if you have a non-symptom virus, I might catch your non-symptoms. Oh, shit. I don't want to have, do you guys want non-symptom? I don't want non-symptoms. Do you want non-symptoms? I would hate to catch a non-symptom from somebody. That would suck. You'd be almost like, I don't have symptoms now, but to catch non-symptoms from somebody, that's got to be much worse. I want to avoid that at all costs. So yeah, bring on the PCR tests, indeed.
Yes, and we need to take some precaution measures right now, because there's some evidence around hantavirus and antivirus. There are a few outbreaks we can have. We gathered evidence from, particularly in Argentina. But there's not a great wealth of information. We know that it generally spreads through close contact. We don't know how much it might spread just before people develop symptoms. It might be just on the cusp, or just when they're symptomatic. And so because of all of that, we need to apply some precaution principles and make sure that on the chance that people may pass the disease on even just before they become symptomatic, that they are in a context where they wouldn't pass it to others.
So that could only mean it's time to whip out the PCRs. That could only mean that. And we know this blueprint because that's what they did with COVID. And any of you guys, I understand, like back then, it was hard to, you think, well, there's nothing wrong with taking a test. Well, why don't we look closer at these PCR tests? Because they've been around a long time. Here's what we know about them. Now that we can look back, we can assess what we went through with COVID, and we can look back at the actual inventor of the PCR test. So PCR is how they test for hantavirus. That's what they're talking about in the CBS report. This is what the WHO is alluding to when they say we have to do something about this before symptoms. PCR is just a process. It does not tell you that you are sick. This is from Kerry Mullis, a Nobel Prize in chemistry winner and the inventor of the PCR test. He is saying, or he said, this is past tense, that the use has been misinterpreted for the hantavirus cases. Now, look, he's not saying that, but his work says that. There's a reason he can't say it, but let's look closer. Do you understand that it is a scam? Well, here he is talking about this back in 1984 when they tried to pull these things out for the AIDS virus. Listen to what he says about PCR tests that he invented.
How do they misuse PCR to estimate all these supposed free viral RNAs that may or may not be there?
I think misuse PCR is not quite. I don't think you can misuse PCR. No, the results, the interpretation of it. See, if you can say, if they could find this virus in you at all, and with PCR, if you do it well, you can find almost anything in anybody. It starts making you believe in the sort of Buddhist notion that everything is contained in everything else, right? I mean, because if you can amplify one single molecule up to something that you can really measure, which PCR can do, then there's just very few molecules that you don't have at least one single one of them in your body, okay? So that could be thought of as a misuse of it, just to claim that it's meaningful. It is. No, there's very little of what they call HIV, and what's been brought out here by Philpott and Isai already. The measurement for it is not exact at all. It's not as good as our measurement for things like apples. An apple is an apple. You know, you can get something that's kind of like, if you got enough things that look kind of like an apple and you stick them all together, you might think of it as an apple. But and HIV is like that. Those tests are all based on things that are invisible, and the results are inferred in a sense. PCR is separate from that. It's just a process that's used to make a whole lot of something out of something. That's what it is. But it's not. It doesn't tell you that you're sick, and it doesn't tell you that the thing you ended up with really was going to hurt you or anything like that.
So why haven't we heard this from him before? Why do we not know about this? That he was talking about this back in 93 with the AIDS pandemic and saying it's not going to do the thing you think it's going to do. Well, where was he during COVID? Did he speak up during that? I'm curious. Where was he? Well, the man who invented the PCR test actually warned the world about it, and then he died? Yeah. Dr. Kary Mullis, the Nobel Prize winner, you just heard from him from 1994 clip, said it must never be used to diagnose illness because it will find whatever you want it to find. He was Fauci's loudest critic for decades. Then he just mysteriously died just months before the COVID pandemic. Interesting. We didn't know about that. Wow. They used his own invention to create 40-plus cycle cases and lock down the planet. You need to have massive cases in order to create the pandemonia, in order to then we need to lock people down, as you're seeing already from the previous stories, not just from CBS. This is going on in every news network right now. Here's one more, just so you guys understand. They're really going for it right now. They're really going for it. Here's the Anderson Cooper report on CNN. You might see a familiar face as one of his guests that you might have just already. You should know him by now. He's your little crisis actor friend from Israel. Here he is.
Are you feeling tonight? We talked to you last night. Any updates from health officials? How was your day?
It was a good day. I'm feeling good today.
It
was a pretty relaxed day again. I started the day with a temperature check, and then
Oh, good. You got your little temperature check. How's your wavy little voice doing? Psychopath.
I had a call with one of the doctors in the morning just about when the time comes, the process of how I'll get home after my quarantine is up. And then in the afternoon, I got news that, as I told you yesterday, I had blood work done, and I found out that my PCR test was negative. So.
Oh, thank God. The PCR test was negative. Oh, thank God. Those things are so accurate. So that you should be relieved right now, crisis actor.
That just means that yesterday, when they took my blood, there was nothing in the system, in my system. That doesn't mean that something may not happen, but I'm going to take that as a win for today. Then we also had a town hall today, and that was about it for the day. But it was a good day. I got a lot of packages today, trying to make this place feel like home for the next month and a half. Got some new bed sheets, got a new comforter, new pillows, some snacks.
I have plenty of time to review my scripts, so I'm ready to perform when the next time I need to perform. So yeah, I'm all good. And I got that little pay bonus that was sent to me via Oracle or Palantir. They said they were able to send me a secret big money cash payment for what I'm doing. My sister's getting hooked up too, because his sister, what does his sister do? That's funny. She's in emergency management for public relations. What? For pandemic management? His sister? And he just happened to be on this ship, the guy who pushed COVID boosters all throughout the 2020s. Booster this, booster that, constantly pushing it. This guy. Yeah, he happened to be one of the 16 people who's just ready to check in. His voice is wavering and ready for that. Oh, Anderson, thanks for I'm hanging in there. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Also, he's an ex-Israeli spy intern from Jerusalem. Yes, interned as a spy. Yes, spyware.
Nice body wash, shampoo, conditioner, which I haven't had.
Do you have like a
in
Netflix
month and a half,
account
so
or
it's
like
nice.
a Max account, or I mean, are you able to watch stuff?
Yes, I have a bunch of streaming services. I feel like I've just been a little busy with different things, but I think once I get into a normal routine, I'm going to start watching some shows, binge some things, start getting on that the bike that I have in the room, and really get into a good routine for the day.
I've had one of those bikes sitting around in my apartment for quite some time now, and I haven't gotten on it. So I'm curious to see if you actually end up using it.
Oh, you're both so relatable. So relatable. Oh, my heart. You got me. You guys got me on my heartstrings. Oh my God. Okay. I've seen enough, but my God, I am ready. I'm ready for that PCR test. So bring it on. And I don't care if the inventor just happened to die suddenly right before the original pandemic. But this is make no mistake, guys. They're checking every box. I'm telling you guys this in real time. Don't get the PCR test when they throw these out there. Don't do it. It's not effective. And I'm at the point now where I'm going to say it's probably not safe either. But let's just go with it's not effective. That should be enough for you to say I'm not going to do something that doesn't actually work. Okay? It doesn't work. I ain't doing it. And then we'll look into seeing if it's even safe at all to begin with. And that's a whole nother story. That's another top censored news. But for now, that should do it for top censored news of the week. Okay. Moving on. What do we have? Okay, we do have two more stories for you. We're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do here. Okay. I'm gonna throw up a couple more super chats. Thank you guys for the super chats. We really appreciate it. Yes. Very, very cool. Very cool. Let's throw a couple more up here. Okay. So Citizen, I didn't put this one up earlier. This is good. This is funny. Let's plead Iran into taking flotilla under its wing. Yeah, the flotillas, they've been a good attempt at the delivering of aid, even though they don't ever seem to get there. It certainly riles up people's attention. I wonder what Iran's stance is on the flotilla. But that's a good, interesting alignment that could theoretically happen. Thanks for that. One more from you, Citizen. Appreciate the super chat. Xi didn't slight Trump. He let Trump shine on his own. Yeah. I think that was always the plan. Just let him come groveling, right, on all fours. And Xi just kind of stood his ground and chilled and said things that we wish that our leaders would say. We really do. We really wish that we had leaders that could say, hey, we have to work with our neighbors. We have to figure out ways we can all benefit. We have to work multipolar, not this like singular approach to world domination. And it's like what are we doing? Why do we not have the ability to come together and do these things that it just seems so obvious, especially when Xi Jinping says it. It sounds great, but we just don't have anybody talking like that at all, really. And let alone, even if they did talk like that, the policy doesn't even line up. So even if you get your little Bernies and your little Obamas, you don't get the policy to back it up. You don't actually get the diplomacy. And that's really the biggest fail of our lifetimes, I think. Okay. let's go ahead. I'm just going to throw a card up real quick, and I'll set up the next one. I do want to do this next one. It's really important. It's a we know what it's not. Then we'll get to the rest of your guys' comments on talking back, and we'll end the show strong. I got a really funny loudest voice, so don't go anywhere here. I'm just going to throw a card up, and we'll see you guys in just a few minutes for we know what it's not. Here we go. Oh,
But the virus stops with every vaccinated person.
But this is a pandemic of the unvaccinated.
The conspiracy theory about this related to vaccine, you're right.
We had to really move at the speed of science.
Doctors are baffled. They're looking into it. The rest of us, well, we just got to be patient. Sit tight. They'll be back with the answer to why all of our family members and friends and colleagues all around the world are just having these medical emergencies and dropping dead suddenly and having all these neurological problems and all these young athletes and these myocarditis and these, all sorts of stuff is happening right now. We have no idea why. But there's one thing that they've assured us 100% that we can know, rest assured, and that is we know what it's not. This was an interesting moment we saw when the whistleblower that told us that the CIA raided Tulsi Gabbard's office for the JFK files and the MKUltra files, which includes MKUltra all the way up till current, not just in the 60s and 70s, just to be clear on that one. The same whistleblower, his name is James Erdman III, in the same session, a hearing, or whatever you call it, also gave a by the way. On top of that, he just wanted you to know something else that needed to be said while he was at it. And it has to do with COVID. Check it out.
Operations officer, Dr. Fauci's role in the cover-up was intentional. Dr. Fauci influenced the analytical process and findings by leveraging his position to ensure the IC consulted with a conflicted list of curated subject matter experts, public health officials, and scientists. Community leaders and senior analysts downplayed the possibility that the COVID pandemic originated as a result of a lab incident. Public health policy would have been very different had the American public been made aware that a virus from a lab in China was going to serve as the foundation for an emergency use authorization mRNA products being mandated by the former administration.
Okay, now for those that haven't been watching closely for the last couple years on this issue, if you're your first time looking at this, you might think this was a big historic moment. It's not. It's not. But there's a reason I'm showing this to you. He was in a position to give us this information about Tulsi. It was safe for him to do so. We already know that information about MKUltra. We already know they're not giving us JFK files, and it's pretty obvious that if they were able to go grab those, they could go grab those at any time they wanted to. So it's not really a big game changer in that regard, although we did report on that part of the story earlier. The reason I'm showing this to you guys to understand, it's safe to say this stuff now because it's all public domain. All of this, everything he just said, is public domain. We have the entire paper trail on Fauci and the lying, the deliberate covering up, the deliberate trying to coordinate with Collins and try and silence anybody with a different theory, and all the payoffs. We have all the bribe money. Senator Rand Paul has been 100% on this, on Fauci's case the whole way through. So we have all this, but he's saying from a CIA perspective, he's vouching for the validity of this. Exactly this. What does this do? He says, well, if we knew this, we would have done something differently, perhaps, but it's still covering up a bigger issue. And the bigger issue is the thing itself was deliberately leaked. Why? So you can create an excuse to release the vaccine. That's what this is about. There's no mention of the vaccine from this quote unquote whistleblower. And I get it. It's fine. You don't want to go into all those things. But I will tell you this, because he put this on record, it became safe for the networks to pick this story up. So why not, if you're CNN and you see this thing break and everyone's covering it, why not bring, I don't know, Senator Ron Johnson on to comment, right? To comment on the fact that we have this whistleblower telling us that this actually happened and we know this happened. Great. Well, Ron Johnson took the opportunity to go on CNN to say, well, there's actually something else I want to talk about, and that's the vaccine itself. And I don't think he got to stay on for too long, but this is good that this opportunity set up this opportunity.
I really want you to cover, I sent you this report just as I was standing here, is the major scandal we uncovered in my committee 2 weeks ago about how the FDA on March 1st, 2021 knew that their safety surveillance system was going to hide and mask serious safety signals on serious adverse events.
So what's happening is Jake Tapper's getting it in his ear. I'm, maybe we can cut to a break. We're not doing this part of the story. This isn't the thing. We're supposed to talk about the lab leak and Fauci being dishonest. We aren't supposed to talk about how we pushed a dangerous poison onto the masses, and we forced in a lot of cases, mandated in a lot of cases, and shamed and bullied and condescend and pushed legislation that said, we're going to make your life so horrible. What he's telling Jake Tapper is that we had the information, the stuff was dangerous, we were hiding the side effects, and we still put it out there. And so that's the part. He says, I sent you this, and I told you we're going to cover it. And Jake Tapper's like, I didn't know you were actually going to talk about this. But it is funny. And this is good. It's good that this gets on CNN, even for just a minute.
6 days later, they were shown the safety signals on things like sudden cardiac death, pulmonary infarction, Bell's palsy, other types of strokes. They continued to use the system that they knew hid these signals. That's what you ought to have me on. The mainstream media is completely covering this up. I'm calling out the mainstream media. Start covering this major, major scandal.
So Ron Johnson, he's a politician, and he knows that when he finished this interview and it didn't go the way Jake Tapper thought it was going to go, he went on Twitter, he posted this clip, and he said, thank you, Jake. Thank you for having me on. The other networks won't have me on. So he's doing some little maneuvering, ass kissing. But Jake, make no mistake, they don't want him back on. Not after this. No way. I mean, he's not sticking to the script. You're supposed to only be talking about the lab leak. You're not supposed to be talking about deaths and adverse events. That's what you're not supposed to be talking about, because the doctors are looking into those, and that's not related at all, just to be absolutely clear. Even though we know this, even though we know 100%, without a doubt, Bill Gates and others somehow planned out the entire pandemic years in advance. Of course they did. Everything's years in advance. Ukraine was years in advance. The flattening of Gaza was years in advance. War on terror was years in advance. It's all years in advance, right? I mean, it all is. I mean, look at the AI data centers is years in advance. And then when they're ready, they strike. Okay, so Dr. Peter McCullough, he reveals the shocking information, which, again, we actually already had all this, but it's nice to see it all bullet pointed. There are 36 pandemic preparedness planning events for this pandemic. They go back to about 2004. And that is really the real key about it, because we know that the patents came into play right before that. They had the patents on the actual vaccine. What? How do you have patent on a thing that doesn't exist yet? Well, you guys are doing the math now. 2017, Gates Foundation, and this was all in the Epstein files. We got to bring everyone together. So 2016, they were talking about, we got to do a pandemic preparation thing, bring the Gates Foundation in, do an investment in mRNA. They're doing exercises. As early as 2017 was the actual exercises. Then what happened? Well, during the exercise, so they said there's going to be a theoretical coronavirus. That's what they're prepping for. It's going to come from China. The solution will be the vaccine. Of course it will. That's the whole point. That's why we invest, Bill Gates Foundation, we invest in mRNA early. They're going to get the president to promote the vaccine. Operation Warp Speed, baby. And then you got Event 201. We've known about this. That was in November of 2019, just a few months before, right? They already released the damn thing. December, they were talking about all the cases and all the, you guys remember the videos? December, January from China. Oh, I got COVID. I'm shaking. Oh, I died. Oh, I'm convulsing. What happened to that? They forgot about the convulsing. We didn't forget about that. Those videos exist. Those are on CCTV. Those are, oh, we captured people in China. They're dying from this horrible thing. It's airborne. And if you walk by someone and you breathe on them, you're going to start doing this. And then you're going to fall and you're going to shake on the ground. That's what they did. Okay. So that was all planned. Event 201. And then they said, ultimately, it was going to be the coronavirus and it's going to come from China. And there you get the China story that Fauci tried to, keep as the story, even though the other evidence was coming out and he had to go bribe people and all that stuff. So that's the whistleblower covered that part. But the part about the why are you doing this? Why are you giving out a thing that not only doesn't work, but causes death and destruction, right? So the only solution is this global vaccine, which then they get the emergency use authorization, and they can go put this, just rain it on everyone. Rain it on everyone. If you don't comply, you don't get to participate in society. So he breaks all of that down. Let's just play. Let's play a little clip. Little clip from McCulloch, just kind of breaking this down. And he's a friend of the show. We've had him on. We've discussed this with him, with Craig Pasta. These are good conversations to have, and it is really good to list these things so we don't want to forget when we're making our case. So you go through the list and you let people know every one of these are checked out. Every single thing on this list. This isn't just made up shit. A lot of this you can find right in the Epstein files. They're right there, and we already had access to it before that as well. Here's Peter McCulloch.
Turns out that pandemic preparedness planning has been a government business, both on the science side and the military side, for at least a couple decades. And the best book to quote on this is Peter Breggin, COVID-19 and the Global Predators, We Are the Prey. And I wrote the introduction for it. Breggin, in the timeline in the back of the book, highlights 36 pandemic preparedness planning events for this pandemic. Planning 36. They go back to about 2004, BioShield Act being one of them. Of those 36, 24 produce written documents that you can read. 6 of them are videos. You can just watch the planning event. So as we get forward, I mean, the one that really caught my eye, someone sent it to me, was in 2017, the Gates Foundation and Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. They hold a roundtable exercise, major leaders in healthcare. It's has proceedings, slides. They produce an over 80-page monograph. The title of the program is The SPARS Pandemic, a coronavirus pandemic that's going to hit in 2025.
SPARS. Interesting. And so this is 2 years before Event 201. So it's preparation of the exercise of the exercise. Wow. So they have all these different goals on the map. You got your map goals. You do your life map, right? You map it out. By 2025, we're going to have this SARS coronavirus. But they were able to fast track that one. I guess they didn't realize they could get it done so quickly as they did.
And it said, listen, there's a theoretical coronavirus. It's going to come out of China. It's going to get everybody
sick. This is what
sick.
year again?
2017.
2017.
Okay.
And predicting it for 25?
Predicting for 2025. Now, it says, well, there's going to be great controversy over treatment, but the solution will be a vaccine. We're going to roll out a vaccine for everyone to take. We're even going to get the President of the United States to promote the vaccine. It's all in the SPARS pandemic. So when the pandemic breaks, what does Johns Hopkins do? They actually published this in 2 peer-reviewed papers and said, we called it.
Oh my!
It's astounding.
Yeah,
now, the next one, again, is...
So they're bragging about the thing that they predicted. It would be as if you had pre-knowledge on lottery ticket winnings, and then you were like, I knew that before, and then you just kind of show everybody, and you go, wait a minute, you just keep calling it. How did you know that? Oh, you rigged it. You already, that's how you knew. But yeah, they're bragging about it. That's interesting. They'll just tell you. And you know what? We've told people about Event 201, the big one. That's the one 2 years later. That's the 2019 one. We tell people about that. We've talked with Dr. David Martin. He's been on the show. We've talked with Dr. David Martin was the one that actually, I think, blew the lid originally on Event 201. You tell people about it and they make excuses and they go, oh, well, that means that they're really good at predicting things. That's what that means. And this is why he's saying that they would actually publish it themselves. They would say, hey, we're good. We're so damn good at calling this stuff. We got every effing detail right, exactly how we said it was going to go. So now you really have to trust us. Now you really have to trust the science, because we told you this was going to happen exactly the way it did.
Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health and Gates Foundation. This is in November of 2019, 2 months before we know about this. And that's called Event 201.
And there it is. And he goes on and tells that. And we've talked about that one. Okay. So we'll leave that one there. But we're filling in the gaps, right? We're looking at that. It's like a little jigsaw puzzle. We're putting all the pieces together, and we have to remember these pieces when it comes up later. So when you have a whistleblower, like you saw this guy, and I'm not ragging on the whistleblower guy, James Erdman III. He had a lot of stuff to say publicly in that hearing. It's public documented, and it allows people like Senator Ron Johnson to go on CNN and just kind of casually mention, hey, can we talk about the adverse events and the sudden deaths? Is it possible we can have at least a little bit of time for that in the talk? Because that's what we're really talking about. That's the thing that we know that it's not that. They tell us it's not that. They continue to be baffled, but they have no idea why all these sudden deaths that's still happening now, and we're dealing with it all the time. And it's not just the deaths; it's the stick forever stuff. It's the rapid cancers that come out of nowhere. A lot of young people. This just keeps happening, and I get it. We don't know. We're not doctors. We're not scientists. We don't know what's going on. Okay, then we'll just stay cluelessly in the dark while we wait for them to come back and tell us the truth. So before we wrap up this segment, let's just look at 3 unrelated incidences that have nothing to do with what I just talked to you about. I just wanted to report. Totally unrelated to our discussion, but you should know if you didn't know. Alex Ikubo dies at 40. Nollywood, that's Nigerian Hollywood. Nollywood mourns a charismatic star gone too soon. He was pretty damn famous in the Nigerian entertainment industry. And they reported it. This just happened. He died at 40 after battling cancer-related complications. News of his passing spread quickly. Of course, he has a massive fan base. This was just on Tuesday. It sent shockwaves through fans. Blah blah blah. Everybody loved him, not just in Africa but all over. It's sad. It's sad. Pulse Nigeria tweets this out. The family released his official statement, and here's what the family said. It is with profound sadness that we announce the passing of our beloved husband, son, brother, and friend. Alex passed away due to complications from advanced metastatic kidney cancer. Huh? Oh, man. Advanced. How did that happen? That's, again, I'm not a doctor. I can't tell you what happened. But it's sad. It's sad that this is becoming normal. Look, a marathon runner, mom of 2, dies at 36 after collapsing while preparing for upcoming race. Huh? Oh, she must have been out of shape. She must have been just eating like crap, and must be just, you can do that if you clog your arteries and you treat yourself like shit, as she clearly did as she was preparing for this race. That's what's going to happen. You're going to drop dead. And that's just how it is. So she should have been in better shape, apparently. But the long distance runner from Ethiopia, she died, according to the Athletic Foundation. She was 36. She was in the midst of training to compete this marathon that's going to be on the 24th. She didn't make it in time. She died suddenly on Tuesday. Wow. BBC said, according to local media reports, she experienced a sudden medical emergency. Huh. I get, was it from being unhealthy, or oh, it's from being healthy? That's right. The more healthy you are, the more you work out, you have to be careful. You might have a heart attack and die. That's not a joke. That's the world we live in now. Pre-2021, I don't think so much. I think this is a new world we're in now. I don't know why. We're baffled. Doctors are baffled. We don't know why. We know it's not, though. We know what it's not, but we do know that the 2021 and after, this is normal. Healthy, athletic people working out, maybe some would say too hard, will have sudden complications, heart problems, and drop dead. She was rushed to a hospital, but besides the effort of the medical staff, she was pronounced dead. Here's one more incident that's completely unrelated, but we thought we should just let you know that while in China, ZBS Zionist TV themselves had an incident while reporting on Trump and Xi Jinping. What happened? Well, the CBS anchor has to halt a live broadcast in the middle of a report live on their little Zionist network, Barry Weiss network, after the cameraman that was running the camera with the live feed from Beijing collapses from Taiwan, collapses on set in Taiwan. What? Well, yeah, this is what happened. This was right during a live feed on Wednesday. The cameraman collapses. They call for medical help. He was in the middle of closing the segment, warning viewers about the rise of a powerful new China, because that was the concern, when the camera suddenly cut to B-roll footage. That's weird. Is he okay? So you could hear this on the tape. The crew member was asking what happened, because the guy fell like off camera, because he's not on camera, he's up behind the camera. Viewers could see the situation unravel in real time as the camera begins shaking while the host was still reading from the teleprompter before it stopped. He stopped mid-sentence and said, as he should, "We're going to take a quick break. We have a medical emergency here. We're calling a doctor." And then the segment ended. The chief correspondent in New York stepped in to sign off on his behalf so they could end the thing and get to their advertisers, because they owe them money, or the advertisers get to have their spot, which is the most important thing. So good thing they could cover their bases for that. And then they issued this statement, but the statement doesn't really say much. It says that he suffered a medical emergency. Thankfully, he's okay and he's recovering. Well, that's good. He didn't die. That's good. They didn't give us the identity of the cameraman. And the circumstances surrounding the whole thing just kind of still remain unclear, because we all have to kind of wait to see what the doctors come up with. But they make no mistake, the doctors are going to be pretty baffled in this case, I would say, for sure. Oh, here's the clip. You guys want to see? Here's the clip of the actual live feed that happened on ZBS Wednesday morning from Taiwan. Here we go.
And finally tonight from Taiwan, as President Trump and China prepare to meet, you will hear a lot about American decline and the rise of a powerful new China. The Chinese certainly, is he okay? We're going to take a quick break. We have a medical emergency here. We're calling a doctor.
Call a doctor, please.
So I'm going to sign off for Tony DeCopo, who's been reporting in Taiwan. We're going to go to break. We'll be right back.
And there it is. Totally unrelated to our conversation, but just make no mistake, these things are happening. They're happening more often than not. And we're not specialists. We're not professionals, right? We're not doctors. Are we allowed to do our own research? I don't know. The jury's still out on that one. And the doctors still haven't gotten back on what is actually happening to these people. That's why everyone's baffled. And we just have to kind of sit and just tough it out. And hopefully someday the doctors will come back and they'll tell us what really happened to our friends, family, colleagues, loved ones, you name it. especially the healthy young athletes ones. Those are the most disturbing, most troubling, because we have no idea what happened. The doctors are still baffled about this. But there's one thing they can tell us 100% without a doubt, and they can certainly tell this to us right away. They don't need any time to figure this part out. But there's one thing we know for sure, and that is we know what it's not. All right. That should do it for that one. Let's you know what? I'm not going to break. I'm just going to get right to you guys. I see some really cool comments from you. Normally we would love to have Leslie on with us, but we know the family emergency that has been the response to it is ongoing, dealing with a lost one that we know what all the ailments that her father had, and we're not allowed to really talk about why he had all these things, but he had them nonetheless. And is it a coincidence that Leslie's father, who passed away a week ago, it wasn't suddenly, it was an ongoing fight with several ailments. They all happen to be ailments that are listed on the Pfizer adverse effects from their shitty ass mRNA gene therapy. It's not a vaccine, it's gene therapy. And he did get 3 of them. They're all listed there. That's the list we weren't supposed to see. Now it's public, but people still don't want to look at it. Isn't that weird? They don't want to see those symptoms of kidney failure, of blood clotting, of brain bleeding. They don't want to see any of that. That's weird. All the immune system problems, that the immune system failure. It's there's so many incarnations of it. The list is a mile long. There's just under 1,300 known adverse events listed on that document that we weren't even supposed to see. But luckily we got to see it. Luckily a judge let it come out. So anyways, the process of grief, also celebration of life, that's important. We have to know. So this, for any of you that are dealing with this yourselves, and how we make peace with these things that we don't know, that we, and not to harp on the last segment, but just the things that we don't know, how to make peace with that there's not going to be, in most cases, there's not going to be a judge, jury, and there's not going to be justice. There's not going to be like, let's look at all the evidence. Let's hold people accountable. We'd love to see that, but how do you do that? It's very difficult. It's very difficult. We know this on a larger scale, that you're not going to have these people account for anything. They're not going to go to jail. Instead, they get to go to the Oval Office and get awarded these prizes and these opportunities for more investment. The Albert Bourdas out there, and the Larry Ellisons, and all these people. And Fauci gets a 11-year retroactive pardon. And Bill Gates gets to still parade around. Although when he goes out in public, he has to wear kind of like a hoodie, and because there's people that will throw shit at Bill Gates for sure, and that's good. That's a good thing. But throwing shit, that's not justice, right? Do we ever get justice? Well, if we don't, we can try to achieve it. We could try to go for it. That could be the quest to achieve it. But we have a right to go on that quest, the right to pursue, right? Just like we have the right to pursue happiness, we have the right to pursue justice too, even if we don't obtain it. So with all that said, let's just acknowledge the human process of grief and healing. Acceptance is part of that process. And I think the one that gets left out, that we need to go to more than anything, we need during these hard times, we need to go to the art of what we call it's gratitude. I just had a little brain fart there, but that's the big one. It's gratitude. Let's not brain fart that one. Let's not forget that one. Gratitude is what we do have, and the extra time we get with loved ones, and not to dwell in any regret, but let's say, what do we have in front of us? And we can learn a lot from the Palestinians and Iranians that have this in there, ingrained in them. Gratitude is ingrained in them. when they have, when we look and we say they have nothing, what could they have to smile about? What are they're playing music in the rubble of their schools? Yeah, they're playing music in the rubble of their once school building, which no longer exists, and everyone being murdered. They're playing music. That's incredible. Just the idea of the gratitude of life, and we love life. So think about that, and we have to deal with our pain and our grief, and you guys those are just things to keep a perspective, and we all can heal. It takes time, time and patience, perseverance, but we do have the right to pursue happiness and the right to pursue justice. So we will continue that pursuit of both of those, and the right to communicate and engage with each other and have conversations too. So all those are important. All those are important. So moving on here, guys, I think it's time to talk to you. I didn't have anybody helping with starring these, so I'm gonna have to do it in real time, as you know. But I look forward to when the day we can have Leslie back and we can have she's really good at this stuff. She's really good. I have to fake it. I'll fake it my best with you guys this time. Okay, here we go. Time for some talking back. It's talking back with you guys today. What a show we've had. This is it's been great having Jay Scott on. We were able to check in with Danny Shaw, Professor Danny Shaw, and his work and on the ground work he's done in Cuba, getting a perspective there. So we've covered a lot of global affairs today. Whether it's the UK digital ID, whipping it out there. King Charles is whipping out the digital ID in the UK. We're looking at Ukraine. We also, we never forget about Palestine, of course, and then we're seeing that Israel is trying to take matters into their own hands, and say, you know what, we have to go after Iran. F the U.S. We're gonna just do it ourselves because that's what we want to do, and we're just gonna do it. And so we have to keep an eye on that as well. But the name of the episode today was "This Won't End Well." None of this looks like it's ending well. Of course, the hantavirus has been a big, huge story. And of course, the AI data centers that are popping up every which way. So it's a loaded show today, guys, but we'll get to some of the stuff you had to say. We did throw up a few of the super chats earlier. I wanted to say thanks again to the Due Dissidents for the Rumble raid, which was awesome. And you guys some of you are still over here from there. And I guess that's quite a marathon for you guys. If you were part of the entire show with Due Dissidents and you've been here this long with us, we appreciate you 100%. So keep doing your thing. Let me see. I don't know if I missed any of the super chats from earlier. This is Citizen. Thanks for I got another one from you. If I raised all 20s to 50s, I'd be left homeless, Matt. Well, look, 20s, 50s, 5s, 10s, 100s, 1s, 2s, it doesn't matter. We appreciate any sort of, whatever people can afford. It really does help a lot. And it's obviously just the gesture. It's like a good faith gesture. We do appreciate it so much. And so it doesn't matter, whatever you guys can do. And by the way, if you're not able to do anything, that's also okay. This was another one from Citizen. After Iran, U.S. will try saving face and going for Cuba next. No, it's not about saving face. It's that it was always on the list. It was always on the list. That's how it goes. Okay. Take that one off. Okay, here we go. Let's get to some of the stuff you guys had to say. I'm gonna rewind a little bit if I can here. Bear with me. If you're tuning in on Rumble or you're tuning in on YouTube, or if you're tuning in on X, I don't think we're on Facebook today, but that's fine. We should go. We know you were on the first to come on with us on Rumble, so thanks. This is powerful indeed. This is powerful, and we had the Legos. Yes. The opening was a good one. You guys should go back and watch that one. I really liked that particular one. That was some of them are better than others. Some of them are hits, some of them are misses. I don't think any of them are misses, but some of them are a little more powerful. than others. And let's see, we got the social credit score we're talking about. Thank you, Huffman Aviation. I've been told the social credit score is applied to corporations that are public facing, not individuals. In regards to China, that's an interesting take. That would actually make sense. So when Fox News reports the Chinese got their social credits, just can you believe that they're doing that? And they got cameras on every street corner. We have it way worse. We actually have a social credit score that's being implemented right now. This is an Israeli first policy that's being implemented here right now in our legislation. So if they're doing it with corporations and then that's being passed off as, can you believe they're doing that to their people? I would believe this makes sense to me. I'm going to look more into that, but thank you for that one. Thank you for that one. Let's see what we have. Also coming on the YouTube feed, which was it was weird. It was down and then it went up and then it went down. It's all over the place. And you guys know that we went through a time where we were getting 117. It was very brief, but we got like 117,000 watched one episode. We had 45,000 watch another. And then it was going up and down. It went down to 2,000, went back up to 28,000. It was like, you look at it on a graph, you're like, what the hell is going on? What is happening? And now we can't break that, those thousands anymore, at least for now, but you never know. This thing's all over the place. It's all over the place. Oh no, Citizen. This is okay. Fun fact. I don't know how fun this is, but it is a fact nonetheless. Citizen reporting that YouTube wouldn't display me the link to your channel even after I typed THL present. Well, I hope you did it with the S. THL presents. Oh, there it is. And then you have to do it with the @ So you did @ THL presents and it didn't come up. That's not good. That's not good at all. That's our actual handle. That's the actual handle. And that didn't come up. That is really bad. I don't think that's as fun as a fun fact there. I hope that's just I hope that's a glitch on your end. I don't know. That's not good. They're doing the shadow banning, guys. This is really bad. And I told Jay Scott earlier, I think it's because I think it's the hantavirus coverage. We've been really on that, like really hardcore. I don't know if anyone else is doing it as hardcore as us, but you guys have seen me do my little sarcastic, interruptions of these crisis actors and all this horrible shit. I guess we're not allowed to do that, right? We're not allowed to say someone's a crisis actor, even though we see their resume, right? We're not allowed to say that this thing is being done on purpose. And we're not allowed to call it Plandemic Part 2, right? We can't do that. And I'm just borrowing that from Mickey Willis. Mickey Willis gave us Plandemic 1, 2, and 3. Oh, and 4. There was a musical too. Plandemic 4, the musical. We should have Mickey Willis back on. We should do that. We'll do a few more here. Okay. Yes. Good pointing this out, Huffman. West Streetling is Tony Blair's guy. Everyone's someone's guy, but this guy, this COVIDian warmonger for Israel, could be the next dude challenging Starmer, and that might be an interesting little swap out that happens soon. So we were just predicting that. I know Jay was predicting that in advance, right? Okay. Got some negative ones. Let's go to some positive ones. Oh, well, I mean, this isn't not so much positive. This is just kind of matter of fact. Yeah, Maha ain't it. Oh, Malta ain't it. This is the Malta coverage that Jay did. My bad. I had to remember where the comments come from. Yeah, Jay did a little deep dive on all the different infiltrations that Ukraine had on all the neighboring countries and all the different whistleblowing going on around town, including the guy the girl that went on the Tucker's broadcast and told him in the audience about all of the shenanigans going on with Zelensky and how he's certainly been pro money laundering and pro corruption, and he says that stuff out loud. And yeah, there's a lot there, and people aren't talking about Ukraine as much as they used to. I noticed that. We had to kind of reassess that and go, oh, Got to kind of condition ourselves back into that game. There's so many other stuff happening here. All right, let's see. We'll do a few more here. Just came over from DD. On the Rumble raid. Russia is back, y'all. Russia is back. Oh, you said Russia's back, and you meant Russ. Russ is back. That's Russ on Due Dissidence. Now it makes sense. I had to get the second one to get the first one. Russ is back. We're gonna go back and watch some of that. That's great. I'm glad those two got a nice little thing going. We love it. That's what it is. I had to piece that one together. Do a little investigation of those. Piece those together, guys. That's what you gotta do sometimes. Okay. This is speaking of Russia. Bring back USSR, and this is I love this Anon user. You got the best the best profile pic. It's pretty awesome. That the little Luigi. Okay. Let's get down to some of the later stuff. We got this is fun. This is MSM equals Ministry of Truth. Yeah. Is there another word for truth that starts with M that we can then, or I guess we would need to do the whole anagram all together, but MSM does equal Ministry of Truth. That's what it is. It's a church, it's a religion, right? News is a religion. You have to follow the science is a religion. Science has become a religion. You can't ask questions. You're just given top-down orders. That's what it is. That's what it is. Thank you for that, Eno Shadow Walker. And thanks for asking about Leslie. She's doing well. She's doing well. She sends her love to everybody for today's show. Very cool. And yeah, I really appreciate that. Okay, so we have okay. I'm trying to get a sense on this one here. This is from okay, this is a fair assessment. I appreciate this. The CIA never raided Tulsi's offices. This is propaganda. Well, that's possible. This whole thing could be just a big fake story. To try and keep, and I do suspect, and clearly the MAGA side has to keep a hero in play, right? We have to believe that Tulsi is trying so hard. She was just about to release those. It's possible they raided the office. I don't know either way, but I'm pretty sure that Tulsi didn't put up a fight if it did happen, and I'm pretty sure that Tulsi's not going to be. I guess one of the tweets we saw was somebody said, "Oh, she's made copies. She knew that." Like we're watching this little mysteries, this suspense thriller, right? She's on the case. She's gonna. Oh, I had to make copies and hide in the dark corner before they killed me, and all this. It's a film. It's a film script, right? So, how much of it is real? How much is not? But make no mistake, raid or no raid, what we know is MKUltra is real. It didn't end in 1973, as Wikipedia will tell you. JFK files have been redacted, as we know. The redactions are on anything to do with Israel, so we know that. And that's that. That's it. That's basically it. And there's stuff that we're just never going to see, and we have to be okay with that. We have to be okay with that. Okay. Oh, that's funny. Citizen Danny Shaw for president of Cuba. Wouldn't that be a campaign to run? That would be an interesting campaign. Let's see what else we have here. Okay, I'll push back on this one. Where'd it go? Why? How come I'm? Okay, this is the one I want to push back on. Sorry, I just had to find it. A dingo ate my baby. He made a video of Cuba and acted like he was under surveillance and had to try to escape Cuba. Okay, let me correct this. Okay, I hear where you're coming from. A dingo ate my baby, but let's just be clear of the order of events he told us. And maybe it was he told it to us very quickly. There's a lot to the timeline's important. He was not acting like that he had to escape Cuba. That's not what happened. He did not act like he was under surveillance. He was stopped at the airport before going. So they were trying to prevent him from doing the trip because they take his phone. So he went to Cuba without his phone. That really happened. They confiscated his phone at the airport. These were feds. These are all these agencies working together. So he gets to Cuba. He figures out how to make the videos by borrowing other equipment there and figuring out how to still, get us content that he can show us. The second part of this is very important. He wasn't acting like he was under surveillance. He was telling us that the people he was filming, there's certain things they'll say on camera and certain things they won't say on camera. So those are two different conversations that we had at the same time. And he never said anything about having a hard time getting out of there. The people there have a hard time getting out. That's for damn sure. He was able to get out. He has the ability. He has the resources to leave. He also had the resources to go. They just didn't want him to have his phone. That's what that was. It was, and you can call it an inconvenience if you want. We're all being surveillanced, by the way. This video right now is being your comment is being surveillanced right now, and we appreciate your engagement at Dingo Ate My Baby. I just want to correct that in case anybody else was confused about that. He was not misrepresenting what was happening while he was there, not at all. But it was getting there, not the leaving, the getting there that made it really hard, as any of us would agree if we had feds pull us out of the line at the airport and take our effing cell phone from us and say, go ahead, do your trip. You don't need this. You don't need this. Have fun. So that's a thing. So he was telling us that. And I think that sucks that happened. And it's not random. He's not just a random dude. Just a random check. You, sir, right there. No apparent reason. We just need your phone. Not going to tell you why, when, who, what. You just came up just randomly, random selected, right? Okay. So there's that. Oh, this is very nice, citizen. Leslie, we want Leslie. Yes, we do. We do. Thank you, Hugo. Strength to Leslie during these hard times. It's so cool. So cool, you guys. Hell yeah. JW Claw 1. That's right. I love Nurse Leslie with the power. By the way, there's the power fist. And there's that. There we go. I love these emojis are fun. It's fun. Sometimes they're fun. Okay. Oh, I didn't know this. Oh, wait, hold on. I'll put that one up in a second. Let me get this one first. Hugo, I didn't know this. I'm still recovering over the loss of my dad recently too. Condolences to you. That's a long process. It's a long one. I don't know how recent it is for you, but it's probably going to feel recent for a long time. But yeah, we feel you, man. We feel you. Definitely. And this was the next one I was going to put up. The good news is without a power source, their personal information is safe. Referring to the Lake Tahoe folks that are told they will not have power anymore. Not necessarily. I mean, you still got your cell phones and your, having power in your cell phones, you can charge it in your car and there's battery power. And so they still have you in a system. It's not like you're just not going to be in the system anymore because your house is no longer able to have power, have electricity. You're still in their database. I think actually that makes it worse when you think about it, that the database that just randomly appeared, a database randomly appears in your town, down the street, keeping you up with the noise, polluting the air, making it hard to think, breathe, sleep, anything. It's all toxic. Your electric bill has shot through the roof. Forget farmland and food supply. That's all gone. What's next? They take your jobs. They're not creating jobs. We actually heard this statistic. The average job creation from any one of these facilities is no more than 150. That's it. That's not. So the amount of people losing their jobs over this. So add fuel to that fire. On top of that, they turn your power off, and now you have no electricity. And by the way, you're still stored inside our database, even though you can't turn on your freaking lights. We still have you. And that's why we have the database for ultimate supercomputer data collection to use against us in this new AI world that we find ourselves in. Digital ID, technocrat state. Ain't no democracy, guys. Ain't no left and rights anymore. It's all gone. It's all gone. All right. And this is you know what? This is a good title, Craig. Walls are closing in. We might steal that for a future episode title. We might steal that one. That's good. Okay, let's do one more and we'll move on. And I'll try to throw a few more up near the end because I do want to do a loudest voice with you guys before we sign off. And we're heading to the 5 hours, so I want to be able to put this in. Okay. And the crisis actor, and this is probably why we're getting not demonetized, we're getting shadow banned. The crisis actor that's appearing on every freaking news network now. One of the 16 people that are quarantining for whatever 40 days and 40 nights. Not this crisis actor again. And then Anno Shadow says, "Paid actor." Same as with COVID, exactly. And that's that. Oh shoot, yeah, we have to look into this one now. There's a norovirus on top of it, right? Another cruise ship. Are you kidding me? Are you freaking kidding me? And we'll end with this one. Yes, thank you so much. Good reporting on the scamavirus. Oh, I like that. Scamavirus. That, thanks. And what aggravating BS. It's so aggravating, but at least we're in front of it. At least we are being loud now. We're not going to wait. We're not going to wait. Go, I don't know. We did that last time. We waited because we didn't have the show. We didn't have a show for COVID. We had to be really cautious about how we discuss this with people. I don't know if you guys felt that. I certainly felt that here in LA during the 2020 lockdown and beyond. We'd be very, very careful how we spoke to colleagues in the entertainment industry, people we were working with. And I couldn't call this shit out loud. And when I attempted to have private one-on-one phone calls with people about this, and I thought they would hear it, they went, Matt, they started calling me all these names. They go, you got to shut up with that. And we want this vaccine. Can't wait for the vaccine. That was all the rage in this town. That was all the rage. And the only thing I feel bad about is not having this platform back then to be loud. So we have a chance now. We have a chance now in real time. We're not waiting 2 years. We're not waiting 3 years, 5 years, 20 years. We're doing it now. The whole thing is bullshit. Pandemic all over again. That's it. We're calling out. We know the blueprint. They literally gave us the blueprint. All we got to do is follow the script. Turn the page. I go, oh, they're on to the next thing. Oh, here's where they do the thing. Here's where they do the next thing. Here's where they do the next thing after that. That's what they're doing. And that's that. So timestamp this shit, guys, because we're on it in the beginning, and we can go back and refer to this a year from now, and that'll be that. Or what's the best case scenario? Enough of us are loud enough, and they can't get away with it, and they can't do the thing that they set out to do. That would be best case scenario. And then we would have a party and celebrate that we actually did something to stop it this time. So let's keep talking, shouting, screaming, asking questions, and sharing out. That's talking back. We got to keep talking back, guys. You keep talking back. Don't let them just tell you what to do. Always talk back. Okay. Oh, that's a good one. I want to remember that. Always talk back. That's a good one. Oh shit, we got another super chat. I'll throw this up real quick, and then we're gonna get to our final segment, guys. It's gonna be loudest voice of the week coming right up. Here's a super chat. Thank you so much. Checkpoint Charlie. Thanks for the super chat. Love you guys. I caught part of the superb Cuba interview. Thank you so much. Thank you. First 10 years of my life were in communist Romania before coming to U.S. in 1986. Listen, we give we get way too much credit sometimes with the interviews. Way too much it's really Danny is the one talking. I'm just trying to help guide it. And I do feel like sometimes we get but thank you so much. Sometimes we get a little too much credit for when we're setting up. It's kind of like if you go on a court with a basketball player. Why do I always go back to basketball? But you're just lobbing the ball up. It's Danny Shaw is dunking the ball. I just lobbed it up for him. But that's all. That's all you got to do when you're doing it. It's actually if you know the topic matter enough, the guests they're educating. Just so you know, guys, he's educating you watching. He's educating me too. I'm like, oh shit, I didn't know that. And so it's fun for us. So we're also like students, right? I'm not just yapping at you guys all day. We're students here as well. Okay. Again, that's it. That's it for the comments right now. The talking back. We'll do some more at the very end, but let's get to the final segment of the day. We actually had one more, but I'm bumping it to next week because it's not an urgent one. We can do it. We can do it next week. I'll tell you what it is. It's a Trump decline versus a Biden decline. We're gonna look at both. That'll be next week. We'll save that for Tuesday. A Trump decline timeline versus a Biden decline timeline, and kind of look at the similarities and the differences and how they are unique but yet similar. Unique yet different. Unique yet different. Wait, that is unique. Wait, unique but similar. Now I'm mixing it all up. Okay. Someone pour me another cup of coffee. Let's go. Final segment. Oh, you guys are going to love this one. This is funny. This is funny. Kind of a protest. Just queuing it up real quick. I love these young people protests. If you want a good young while I'm queuing it up, if you want a good young person protest, check out our episode on Tuesday. I think I already got the segment up where I guess it was college kids in Florida that interrupted the AI speaker. She was a VP of some horrible investment firm that literally invests in 15-minute cities and was telling the kids how we're living in a world of AI now. And the kids were like, hell no, F you, F that. That was awesome. And during their graduation, that was a great protest. That was going to be our loudest voice, but we did cover it on Tuesday. And I think you can go back and check that out. My segment with Jay. Actually, I don't know if I have it up yet. I'll be putting it up tomorrow. You guys will see that segment. Really badass. It's the AI. It's called. Oh, we call this segment. It's a new segment called. What do we call it? Artificial Insanity. So look for that. The thumbnail says Artificial Insanity. It's going up tomorrow. You'll see that one. That's a good one. Okay. With that said, I think we can do this one. This is another protest from kids. I love it, man. Oh, I just love it when the young people know how to disrupt and they know how to just say the right thing at the right time, and they're proud of it. Okay, here we go. Final segment, loudest voice of the week. Let's do it. It's the loudest voice of the week. We got this viral video. I don't know if you guys have heard it or seen it, but this took place in a classroom. It's a high school class. And apparently there's this teacher trying to explain about how I can't even say she or he, because they're saying to their students, here are the rules of how I wanted to be addressed. And let me take class time to explain to you what I need from you, because I'm a special person that needs special attention. So the teacher, not acting like a teacher, but like they were in a therapy session, the kids did the right thing. They didn't boo, hiss, and ha. What they did was they raised their hand and asked very legitimate questions to what this teacher thought they could just put right in their faces, and that they would just all nod and go, oh, that makes sense. I have no questions for you. No, of course they have questions. So let's hear what the teacher presents, and then you'll hear how the kids responded. Here we go.
I'm teacher Darren, and my pronouns are going to be Z, Zer, Zer, Zers, and Zerself. So that's how you will address me, yes?
So what about she, her, hers, herself? That's what we know.
Yes, but I am gender neutral, so I am not a female nor am I a male. I would be in between. So right here would be my pronouns. Yes, in the back.
So I'm sorry, I'm confused. Are you Mr. Darren, Miss Darren?
No, I am teacher Darren. There would be no Mr. or Mrs. in front of that, just teacher Darren.
You know what? Before the next question, I'm trying to figure out what class is this, right? Because if you're in English class, this would be not accurate for English. She, it, they, whatever the F it is, teacher is rewriting the English language to fit what teacher wants, not anything else, just what teacher wants, rewriting the English language right in class. So regardless of if teacher is teaching math or teacher is teaching English or teacher is teaching history, this is something that kids are like, this doesn't really make sense. Why are you doing this? How does this make sense? And they go further. The questions are very sharp and they're very poignant. And I don't consider these questions condescending. They're actually exactly what you need to be doing. And these young adult minds are doing it at a very young age. And I love it. So here's some more of the questions.
Is this sister or sis?
They haven't created that word yet, but you're on the right track. So it is just teacher Darren for now. Yes.
You look like a pretty lady to me.
Well, thank you. Most people would take that as a compliment, but I am gender neutral, so I am not a lady. I can be pretty, but not a lady. Yes.
So wait, that was a confusing answer. She just said, yeah, I'm sorry. Teacher just said, thank you. But I'm not taking it as a compliment. So you're not complimented when you hear that because of your particular situation with your mental health crisis you're going through. You're not going to take that as a compliment, even though it seems like, from my vantage point, that student had very good intention in that compliment. There was not a condescending delivery at all. I actually really appreciated the tone of the kid's voice in that delivery, putting the teacher in a very peculiar position because she's actually being asked very honest questions. And it is, and once you try to answer these over and over, you start to run into what this teacher is running into is a little bit of a roadblock of contradictions, and it doesn't actually make any sense. There's more.
So you can't be pretty, or
I said I can be pretty.
So you can be pretty and you can be handsome, but you are not a she that is pretty and you are not a he that is handsome.
Correct.
What? You can be pretty and you can be handsome, but you can't be a she that is pretty and you can't be a he that is handsome. So now you're playing more with the English language. Pretty and handsome have pretty distinct qualities to the usage of those words in our language, in our English language. And she's saying, well, I'm not going to apply those. I have a new system that I'm teaching. That's for me. And by the way, this is for me, not for any of you, but it's specifically to me. And then your next class, I don't know who's teaching your next class, but they might want to take up a full hour to tell them how you need to talk to them, which will be totally different than how you're going to address me. So good luck with any of your freaking homework, because if I had my way, every single teacher would be spending hours at a time telling you, educating you on how they personally want to be treated and all the personal changes to the English language they want to apply to them. And that is going to make it really difficult to do any homework because you got to go home and memorize this shit. And then you got to get to the lesson plan that the teacher never got to because they were too busy telling you about this bullshit.
That would make no sense.
I'm confused. I guess I'm.
What are you confused about?
I'm confused over the whole thing.
Why do we have to learn this?
Well, because this is how the world is changing now. So the world progresses and we progress with the world. Yes, in the back.
Can we just call you by what you look like your pronouns are?
No, because that would be disrespectful. So my pronouns are Z, Zer, Zers, and Zer self, or you can just call me Teacher Darren.
Okay, so it's disrespectful. My follow-up question would be this. If you're late to class, okay, this is a good one. I got a good one. If you're late to class and you missed the intro, is it rude for me to say that to call you a he or she if I didn't hear that and I didn't say the Z? You specifically told this particular group of people that happened to hear you that you're Z za zo zoo, whatever that was. But if I missed it, or I was not paying attention, or maybe I was in the principal's office, or maybe I was late to class and I had a note from my teacher or from my parents gave me a note to be late. Is it then not rude for me to say it, but it's rude for the person next to me who heard you? So the rude factor is based on whether you hear it, or is it just rude in general? That if I don't know, that might be the real problem here, is if I don't know what your freaking Z-Zoo-Zo pronouns are, I'm still being rude, not knowing that, even though I wasn't in the room when you told me. So this is why these kids are so damn confused. It really doesn't make any sense.
Yes, I think the last one is pretty funny. So,
What is that one?
What?
Yeah, is that when you identify as a cat?
Say it.
Is it like purr or is it like
Yeah, the last one there.
Yeah. What's that one? That was pretty funny.
Say it again. That's funny.
Can you explain that one, please? The perp?
So my pronouns are Z, Zer.
So what she's doing, she's going back to the thing that she prepared to tell them. It's about me. I'm not. Do you see that look on her face? I'm sorry. I can't do the teacher thing. Do you see the look on teacher's face? Did you see the look on Teacher Darren's face? She couldn't answer the question because she wasn't prepared for that answer. By the way, it's selfish because it didn't apply to her. So she's just going to ignore it. And these kids they're not mocking her. They're saying there's literally you can't see it on the video, but there's a chart. There's an actual section on that chart that says per. It's on there. It's not on the line that she, it, zer, him, it, teacher person is telling them about. This person's only telling them about the one that pertains to it, because it is the only thing that matters, not anything else on that chart. And that's where teaching has gotten so insane that it's very, very, very selfish to not answer that question. Tell the kids, are you supposed to say per out loud like a cat? Because you might think that that's the way to do it. And it might be. I don't know. But why aren't you answering the question? Because it doesn't pertain to you. That's why. Oh, and the kids are going to pick up on that selfishness and accuse Teacher Darren of exactly that, being freaking selfish, which Teacher Darren is.
And Zer self, and these are the ones we're focusing on today.
So it's all about you? If we're on the subject, I feel like we should learn about them all, not just yours.
Especially the one at the bottom.
Very selfish at this point.
Ah.
It's kind of disrespectful to put stuff in our faces and into our heads that we don't necessarily want to align with or learn.
No, it wouldn't be, because that's the way the world works.
Mrs. Darren.
Teacher Darren. Yes, in fact.
So I'm gonna do my best with the Z-Zer stuff in the classroom, but if I were to use that in front of my parents, they're gonna get really mad. So is it okay by you if I call you like she, her behind your back?
No, it is not. Yes, in the front.
Okay. And that was a little condescending. Is it okay if I do it behind my back? But the teacher should have considered that. Oh, that might be an issue. I hear you. I empathize. You're going to go home and your parents are going to think this is crazy. So let me help you with that. No. You're not allowed to do it behind my back. Meh. So there's no empathy from this person's place. It's completely selfish. It's completely juvenile. It's immature. It's not the way a teacher should run a class. These kids are onto it. And you could say maybe that one little comment was a little mocking of it, because it is funny. It is funny. You're telling me I'm not allowed to talk to my parents the way that they're, so they don't laugh at me. You're gonna discredit my situation. I'm your student. What the hell is wrong with you? I'm your student. You're gonna discredit my situation and make it all about you. the hell with you and your parents and how what they're going to think about what happened today in class. Well, guess what? Every parent has now seen what happened in class because this thing went viral, and now they can laugh about. Well, I wouldn't say laugh. They can say this is very concerning that this is going on in the classroom, that you're supposed to be educating my kid in. Instead, you're having a therapy session, and my kid is acting as your therapist. You should be paying the students in your class for being your therapist today.
I don't know if you don't know my mom or dad. If I told them this, they'd probably come up here and you probably won't have a job.
Is this part of the curriculum now, or is this something you want to personally teach us?
It's part of the curriculum in my class.
So question, like which bathroom do you use?
The teacher's bathroom.
No, like boy or girl?
The teacher's bathroom. The employee's bathroom.
What about like when you're at a mall or at a restaurant?
I don't see how the bathroom is the issue here.
Oh, it is the issue. That is absolutely, and that's a great follow-up. So you're giving yourself cover because there's a teacher bathroom, but the kid, curiously enough, asks, "Well, what would you do? What about in a mall or a restaurant?" And you're not gonna answer the question. Well, why not? Now you're just being you're not trustworthy. Now you're maneuvering and you're snaking around, and the kid's gonna call your ass out on that.
Because we trying to understand this. We don't. I've never really talked this. This is crazy.
That's okay. I'm here to answer any questions.
It's not okay.
And you didn't answer the question.
In the back. So the question is, am I gonna run into you in the bathroom, or is Daryl gonna run into you in the bathroom?
Good question.
Well, you won't, because you're not allowed in the teacher's bathroom.
Like I said, what about?
Don't play dumb like you're an AI, like an Alexa. Don't play dumb. We know how these AI Alexas don't answer questions. Don't pretend that you weren't programmed to understand what the question freaking was. The question was, what if we run into an effing restaurant? What do you do? I need to know. I'm your student. You're giving me this entire education about you and your mental health problem, and you're not going to answer that key question. If I run into you in a mall, in a restaurant, what bathroom are you coming out? You talked about bathrooms, not us. You're the one that brought this up, not us.
When you're at a mall or a restaurant or something.
Well, I don't see what bathroom I use is any of your business.
You said you were here to answer any questions we have.
Right, and my answer to that is that I don't ask you about your bathroom problems, and you don't ask me about mine.
Well, I didn't ask you to be taught this.
Well, I didn't ask to be taught this. I mean, there you go. So if you're not going to be prepared in your lesson, and maybe this is good advice for any teacher teaching anything. If you're not prepared in the lesson, maybe you shouldn't be teaching. Maybe you should put a little more effort into the thing you're preparing. And maybe you shouldn't underestimate your students. I think that's really the takeaway here. Don't underestimate your students, especially when these are clearly intelligent kids that know how to ask good questions. That's what's going on here. This teacher underestimated its students and was not prepared for this pushback. So bravo to the students. These are the tough questions. These are the ones that you want to be screaming loud about, and they're practicing early because you're going to have to keep doing this. These are the skills we all have to have in our adulthood. Know the right question to ask. Know to push back. Very important. Don't just take it because the lesson plan was given to you and shut up and just take it. No, ask questions. That's what being a good student actually is. Challenge that teacher. That's why all these students today get the loudest voice of the week. And that should wrap it up for today's show, guys. We did go over a little bit from the 5-hour mark. Of course, that was expected. But let's wrap it up today. I think I just want to say thanks to everybody tuning in today, and especially the crossing over from the Do Dissident show. That was awesome, guys. If you've toughed it out the whole way, kudos to you. Marathon time. We love it. Anyways, yeah, thanks to all you guys. Thanks to I don't know if we had any mod help today. I think I had to do it all today. Luckily, we didn't have anybody we had to kick out of any of the rooms today. So that, thank God, because I don't think I could have multitasked that today. So you guys are fairly cool, professional for the most part on Rumble and YouTube. Really appreciate it. Don't forget to hit the like, the subscribe. We'll be back next week, Tuesday, Thursday. We got some more show for you, more guests to announce. But a special thanks today to Jay Scott and to Danny Shaw. Thanks for everything. We will see you guys next week. And what better way to end the show? And I'm glad I pulled this because this kind of ties it all up in a bow today. This final thing you're going to see on the way out It was shot on it's a girl explaining her trip to Gaza and how she was able to shoot on a selfie stick and capture the voices and the images of the Palestinian people. And she learned something from this trip. What was the true message of their voices? What did they want to convey when she was taking these pictures and videos? And it's pretty mind-blowing when you process what their message actually has been, and her being part of this. And we're all part of this when you see this. So keep this in mind. This is the human experience. Keep humanity alive. Keep fighting for what's right. That's what this is about. That's what we do this show. The Homeless Left. You're homeless from everywhere. Wherever you feel that you've been kind of left behind or brushed off to the side, or your voice doesn't matter, you're not allowed to raise your hand and ask questions. You don't need that shit anymore. We're done with that. We're done with tribal thinking. We're done with being tribalists. We are non-tribal. This is where we're going to be in this space. You're all welcome to be part of it, no matter where you come from. And that's what's so cool about what we do here. So until next time, remember, when you go out into the world, always go out with courage, with conviction, and above all else, principle. Matt Weinglass, this is the Homeless Left. We'll see you next time on the non-tribal approach to news. Power to the people and free Palestine. We'll see you next time.
Selfie stick with me to Gaza. I thought, I'm taking a selfie stick and I'm going to take group shots wherever I get the opportunity. Everyone in Gaza, I noticed, at least during the pause, they loved getting involved in the group photos. They loved taking pictures. At first, I thought that was, it's all for a bit of fun and it's all very light-hearted, but I didn't realize the deep meaning behind it until I spoke to a child. And this child knew that I was going back to the UK. And he said to me, "Show everyone that you know that I was here." I didn't realize that the people in Gaza love taking pictures, or at least the people that I met, they love taking pictures because they want to show that they existed. They want their memory to live on. For 8 weeks, I've been asking families, children and their families, if you could send one message to the world, what would it be? And their answer has been really simple. We love life. We want to live.